Chapter 89. In front of the stone tablet. Many people were holding brushes and paper, recording the contents of the vigor of the reckless bull. Tung Ching-hu also borrowed paper and brushes from his side, and was also continuously recording. The entire vigor of the reckless bull had a total of more than 2,000 words. Tung Ching-hu's wrist strength was strong enough, in one breath. He had to write for nearly an hour before he could completely copy the 2,000 words. Why is there only the first 6 levels? Tung Ching-hu looked at the large stone tablet from top to bottom, but discovered that the stone tablet only had the mnemonic chant for the first 6 layers of the vigor of the reckless bull. The 7th to 9th layers were not there at all. Ching Shan, Ching Shan. Tung Ching-hu shouted to the side. Tung Ching Shan's eyes were closed as he practiced the 6th level of the vigor of the reckless bull. The acupoints in the Taiyang meridian and Tying meridian of the hand were numb, as if someone was pressing these acupoints with their fingers. The meridians themselves were also numb. Traces of inner strength were revolving around the acupuncture points, spinning. The other inner strength were like small worms, gently biting the meridians, stimulating them. The senior who created this vigor of the reckless bull is really powerful. He actually thought of such a method to stimulate the meridians. Strengthening the meridians. Tung Ching Shan secretly exclaimed. This inner strength secret manual. There was a circulation, acupuncture point stimulation, strengthening the meridians, and also a method to release inner strength from the hands. The inner strength of the vigor of the reckless bull burst out from the hands. So in the 12 standard meridians, the hand Taiyang and hand Tai meridians, these 2 meridians were like 2 cannons shooting out the bullets of the inner strength. Therefore, the majority of the time of the vigor of the reckless bull was spent on strengthening these 2 meridians. The thicker the meridians, the tougher they were, the more inner strength could be released. Tung Ching Shan opened his eyes. What's wrong, cousin? Tung Ching Shan's meridians were completely unobstructed, and he could stop training at any time. He wasn't afraid that his inner force would enter the wrong path. Ching Shan, this vigor of the reckless bull only has the first 6 levels. I can't find the last 3 levels. Tung Ching-hu said anxiously. In the beginning, the secret manual said that there were 9 levels. Why are there only 6 levels on this stone tablet? I've already read the entire stone tablet. Tung Ching Shan was shocked. The last 3 floors aren't there. He had already cultivated to the 6th level, and with his perception of the meridians, he could definitely continue to cultivate further. Hey, brother Ching-hu, isn't the first 6 levels enough? Among the other black armored corps sergeants, one of them had just joined yesterday. He knew Tung Ching-hu. There are a total of 6 levels. Once you reach the 5th level, you'll be a first-rated warrior. If you cultivate to the 6th level, most centurions would not be your match. Don't be too greedy. It's already good enough if you can cultivate these 6 levels. Oh, that's right. Tung Ching-hu touched his head. Tai too. I didn't think of this earlier. 6 levels is enough. Enough? Enough my ass. Tung Ching Shan smiled bitterly in his heart. The first 6 levels of the vigor of the reckless bull only stimulated his addiction. With the toughness of his meridians, he could only feel the stimulation from the 6th level. However, he still didn't feel any pressure. Tung Ching Shan's monstrous body was really too strong. This vigor, the reckless bull, is after all a human-level secret manual. Tung Ching Shan looked at the tall stone tablet in front of him, engraving it on the stone tablet for the black armored corps sergeants to see. It's not strange to hide the last 3 levels, which are extremely powerful. Ching Shan, aren't you going to copy it? Tung Ching-hu asked doubtfully. Why would I copy it? Tung Ching Shan smiled and said, I'll remember the pithy formula after reading it once. Remember it after reading it once? Tung Ching-hu was stunned. More than 2,000 words. Remember it after reading it once? Tung Ching Shan shook his head and smiled. He had cultivated it once. Of course, he remembered the circulation routes and methods clearly. Moreover, when he reached the 6th level, he only needed to use the methods of the 6th level. He didn't need to use the methods of the first 5 levels. In the afternoon, Tung Ching Shan held the reincarnation spear and stood in his courtyard. Tung Shan's thoughts moved. His inner strength immediately followed the pithy formula of the 6th level of the vigor of the reckless bull and exploded from his dantian. It then divided into 5 parts and passed through 5 of the 8 extraordinary meridians. Then, it quickly landed on Tung Shan's right arm. Boom! The reincarnation spear fiercely smashed onto the ground, producing a strong explosion sound. Dirt flew everywhere, and a deep pit appeared on the muddy ground of the courtyard. Tung Shan looked at the big muddy pit, and a smile appeared on his face. The vigor of the reckless bull was right. When I reached the 6th level, the power is indeed much stronger than the 5th level. This strike of mine is equivalent to about 30,000 jin of strength. Tung Shan possessed great strength. Through the destructive power of his inner strength, he could determine how strong this strike was. However, when an ordinary person reaches the 6th level, their meridians shouldn't be as tough and wide as mine. The explosive power of their inner strength should also be weaker than mine. I estimate it to be about 20,000 jin. Although Tung Shan used the method of the 6th level of the vigor of the reckless bull to explode his inner strength, his meridians could contain more inner strength, so the power was higher. The power was great, but the consumption of inner strength is too shocking. If I use my inner strength like this, I estimate that after 30 uses, my inner strength will be exhausted. Even with the recovery speed of the 6th level, I will need at least a day to recover all of my inner strength. A smile appeared on Tung Shan's face. He was very happy. Haha, compared to inner strength, the endurance of physical strength is much greater. Tung Shan was very carefree. My inner strength is considered quite vigorous now. If I use my full inner strength to wield the reincarnation spear, my inner strength will be exhausted after 30 moves. If it was an ordinary warrior, once his inner strength is exhausted, he would just be waiting for death. However, my physical strength is much stronger. Both of my arms have a strength of 180,000 jin. Moreover, even if I use my arms with a strength of over 100,000 jin, I won't feel tired even after a day. Tung Shan discovered that the strength of his muscles was superior to the strength of his inner strength. That was endurance. As an internal martial arts grandmaster, when he attacked, only a small part of his muscles would be in the explosive state at the same time. For example, throwing a punch. The strength will be transmitted from the soles of the feet to the waist, shoulders, elbows, and fists. During this process, the muscles in the feet would initially exert strength, but when the strength was transmitted to the waist, the muscles in the legs would be in a state of rest. Even if he fought crazily, Tung Shan could let most of the muscles in his body rest. This made Tung Shan could fight for a day and a night without any problems. As for ordinary warriors, their inner strength would be exhausted and they would be killed. However, in the future, I can also openly and occasionally use the strength of 20,000 jin. Tung Shan was very clear that his great strength was a trump card. As an assassin in his previous life, Tung Shan had developed a habit. He would not reveal his trump card until the last moment. Even when he fought with Yusong, Tung Shan only used the strength of 10,000 jin. Now that he had learned the vigor of the reckless bull, Tung Shan could openly and occasionally use the strength of 20,000 jin. If others asked Tung Shan why he was so strong, Tung Shan could say that it was because of the vigor of the reckless bull. In the evening, Brother Tung, a shout came from outside the courtyard. Tung Qinghu immediately ran to open the door. Ah, young sovereign, Lady Qing. When Tung Qinghu saw the two people outside, he was so surprised that his face turned slightly red. He immediately reacted and said, "Come in quickly." Zhuge Yun and Zhuge Qing, the brother and sister, walked in side by side. Zhuge Yun and Zhuge Qing were both dressed in white. It's young sovereign and Lady Qing. Tung Shan, who was drinking alone and fiddling with a flying knife, stood up to welcome them. "Haha, call me young sovereign? So unpleasant. Isn't it better to call us brothers? I think Brother Tung is younger than me." Young sovereign Zhuge Yun laughed. He and Tung Qingshan were both 16 years old, so it was hard to say who was older. Oh, I was born in early spring. What about you, young sovereign? Tung Qingshan asked. Ah, it seems that I have to call Brother Tung Big Brother. Zhuge Yun said helplessly. I was born in summer. Big Brother Tung, I came with my sister today to invite you two brothers out for dinner. It can also be considered a welcoming dinner for you two coming to my Gui Yuan sect. Zhuge Qing, who was at the side, said, Yesterday my brother wanted to invite Big Brother Qingshan and Big Brother Qinghu, but yesterday the entire Black Armored Corps was celebrating, so we came today. Big Brother Qingshan, Big Brother Qinghu, you won't refuse, right? Zhuge Qing looked at the two. Being stared at by Zhuge Qing, Tung Qinghu only knew how to nod. Yes, of course we'll go. Am I right, Qingshan? Since young sovereign and Lady Qing have come personally, how can I dare not go? Tung Qingshan stood up. Walking on the main street of Jiangning County City, Zhuge Qing put on a veil. It can't be helped. If my sister doesn't put on a veil, no matter where she goes, there will be people watching. Zhuge Yun said helplessly. Tung Qingshan nodded. The first time he saw Lady Qing, Tung Qingshan found that Lady Qing had a natural charm. His cousin, Tung Qinghu, was stunned for the first time. Of course, many other warriors were attracted as well. Some women's every move, even when they were happy or angry, had a bone-deep sex appeal. Sex appeal was charm, and this kind of purity, like a fairy descending to the world, shocked people's hearts and also charm. Even now, there are many people coming to my Gui Yuan sect to propose marriage. They want to marry my sister, Zhuge Yun said in a low voice. Brother, Lady Qing was annoyed. Sovereign didn't agree, right? Tung Qinghu said anxiously. Zhuge Yun laughed. Of course not. Do those guys deserve to marry my sister? My father also said that my sister's marriage must be agreed upon by both my sister and my father. That's good. Tung Qinghu nodded. Tung Qingshan looked at his cousin helplessly. His cousin was indeed a boorish man who had never seen a fairy before. When he saw Zhuge Qing, he lost his composure. This Lady Qing is indeed charming, and she is also a pure girl. It is not strange that cousin likes her. If cousin really marries her, it will be a good marriage. But, with Zhuge Qing's status, it will be very difficult for cousin to get her. Let's go. The Canvas Luna restaurant is in front. Let's go in. Zhuge Yun smiled and led the way into the Canvas Luna restaurant. Tung Qingshan, Tung Qinghu, and Zhuge Qing followed. Chapter 90. The first floor of the Canvas Luna restaurant was almost full. Guests. The waiter immediately greeted them with a smile. Zhuge Yun casually said, the Purple Air from the East private room on the third floor. The Canvas Luna restaurant was one of the largest restaurants in Jiangning County, and the private rooms on the third floor were even more expensive. However, the rich merchants of Jiangning County would usually choose the private rooms on the third floor of the Canvas Luna restaurant, and the Purple Air from the East private room was the most expensive one. The waiter couldn't help but be startled. Huh? Zhuge Yun frowned. Sir, this Purple Air from the East private room has already been reserved by Master Li of the Eastern City. Sir, would you like to... Before the waiter could finish his words, the manager on the first floor immediately ran over and blocked the waiter's way. He cupped his hands in obeisance and smiled. Ah, it's young Master Zhuge. Sure, please come upstairs. I'll lead the way. Zhuge Yun, Tung Qingshan, and the other two followed the manager up the stairs to the third floor. In the hall on the first floor, there were several waiters. Wasn't the Purple Air from the East private room reserved by Master Li? The waiter was still in a daze. What does Master Li count for? Another waiter immediately pulled him and whispered in his ear, remember that young master, just now? He is the young sovereign of the Gui Yuan sect. Not to mention Master Li, even if the Jiangning County's county governor came, he would have to give up his seat. Remember, the next time you see this young sovereign, don't call him young sovereign, call him young Master Zhuge. The young sovereign doesn't want too many people to know his identity. Ah, the waiter was shocked. The young sovereign of the Gui Yuan sect? The Gui Yuan sect controlled the entire Jiangning County. The so-called county governor and mayor all listened to the words of the Gui Yuan sect. The identity of the young sovereign was indeed very frightening. The purple air from the east private room was the largest of the 4 private rooms on the 3rd floor. It was very cold outside, but this private room was very warm. There was also an intoxicating aroma lingering in the room. Tung Qingshan and the other 3 sat down. Young Master Zhuge, what would you like to eat today? The shopkeeper bowed and smiled. Zhuge Yun waved his hand and said, It's winter now. It's comfortable to eat something hot. Let's have a winter, nourishing golden flower feast. All right, the innkeeper smiled as he walked out of the private room. Winter supplement golden flower feast? What's that? Tung Qinghu was stunned. Zhuge Yun smiled and said, Big brother Qinghu, this winter supplement golden flower feast is one of the 8 banquets of Canvas Lunar Restaurant. There are a total of 32 dishes, and it is especially suitable to eat in winter. All kinds of side dishes are prepared very well. If you order some side dishes, you won't even be able to catch up to the banquet set prepared by the chef. 32? What a waste. Tung Qinghu laughed. Soon, dishes were served one after another. Zhuge Yun, Tung Qingshan, and the other 2 were drinking and chatting casually. Lady Qing, your brother's inner strength is deep and vigorous. Your inner strength is also strong. Tung Qingshan smiled and praised. Big brother Tung, why do you say that? Zhuge Qing was somewhat puzzled. It's winter, and you're wearing so little like your brother. If it's not because your inner strength is deep, then are you looking for trouble? Tung Qingshan joked. Zhuge Qing suddenly understood and couldn't help but smile and squint her eyes. Big brother Tung, you're wrong. It's not because my inner strength is deep, but because I'm wearing a snow silk clothing. Zhuge Yin also said helplessly, My sister's meridians are thin and weak. Although she has cultivated inner strength since young, her inner strength is very weak. My inner strength is weak, but I have you to protect me. Zhuge Qing giggled. Zhuge Yin rubbed his sister's head and smiled. Seeing this scene, Tung Qingshan couldn't help but think of his own sister, Qingyu. He would usually rub his sister's head affectionately. I've been away from home for a few days. I wonder if little Yu is thinking of me. As Tung Qingshan and the others were eating and drinking upstairs, a group of people came to the 1st floor of the Canvas Lunar Restaurant. The man in the lead looked to be around 40 to 50 years old. He wore a white fox fur with golden edges and a half-transparent jade ring on his right hand. Just by standing there, he had an air of elegance. Beside him was a young couple. The woman was holding a child in her arms. Behind these people were 3 tall guards. Masterly, the shopkeeper hurriedly welcomed him. The banquet I ordered is ready. Send it to the purple air of the east private room. You air, let's go up. Master Li ordered indifferently. Master Li, there's already someone inside the purple air of the east private room. The shopkeeper said, Master Li frowned and glanced at him. Master Li had always been in a high position. Master Li's gaze made the shopkeeper afraid. He said, Master Li, you can't blame me. Not long ago, a group of people also wanted to enter the purple air of the east private room. It was young Master Zhuge. Young Master Zhuge? Master Li frowned. Master Li was one of the top figures in the large group of Yangzhou salt merchants. He was wealthy and had connections with many sections. He was indeed a big shot. It's the young sovereign, the shopkeeper said in a low voice. Oh, Master Li was surprised. As merchants, no matter how rich they were, they still had to please the big sections. Otherwise, the sects could just send some people to take away all of their family properties. So it's young Master Zhuge. You air, Feng air, let's go up and pay a visit. Master Li said, Young sovereign. The young couple were both experts of inner strength. Naturally, they heard it clearly. Qingyu, it's the genius of your Gui Yuan sect. The young man said, Let's go and pay a visit. The woman was Li Qingyu and the man was her husband, Lu Rufeng. Tongjia village had once accepted a big business of frost jade sabers. 182 frost jade sabers. Tung Qingshan and his father Tung Yongfan brought a group of clansmen. They escorted the 182 frost jade sabers to the Yangzhou Chamber of Commerce in East City. The leader of the guards, Qin San, tried to not pay. Later, he vented his anger on Tung Qin Shan and ordered bandits to kill the ignorant mountain people. On the third floor of Canvas Moon House, Master Li, his daughter, son-in-law, and grandson were all outside the private room. The three guards were also behind them. Master Li said indifferently, "You three don't need to go in." He then said in a clear voice, "Young Master Zhuge, Li Jun, and my daughter Qingyu are here to pay a visit." Inside the private room, Tung Qingshan and the group were eating happily. "Who is Li Jun?" Tung Qinghu asked curiously. Li Jun? That salt merchant Li Jun?" Zhuge Yun was startled. He then laughed. "Brother Tung, Brother Qinghu, it seems that the purple air from the east private room we are sitting in was booked by Li Jun. Let's just meet him and give him some face." "Come in," Zhuge Yun said in a clear voice. Immediately, the door opened with a creak. Master Li brought his daughter and son-in-law in. "Greetings, young sovereign." Master Li smiled and bowed. "Master Li, you can't do this. We are occupying the private room you booked. How can we accept your courtesy?" Zhuge Yun said deliberately. "I can't even invite young sect master, so it's my honor to reserve a private room for you." Master Li smiled. "Let me introduce you. This is my son-in-law Lu Rufeng, a core disciple of Qinghu Island. Young sect master, you already know Qingyu. Martial sister Qingyu is from the Gui Yuan sect. Of course I know her. Lu Rufeng? I heard that Martial's sister got married. It seems to be this Lu Rufeng." Zhuge Yun glanced at Lu Rufeng. "Oh, and a core disciple of Qinghu Island. Very powerful." Lu Rufeng smiled and cupped his hands. "Who in Yangzhou doesn't know young Master Zhuge?" "Master Li, we're going to continue eating." Zhuge Yun said. "Then we won't disturb you anymore. Young sovereign, you can continue." Master Li smiled and left with his daughter and son-in-law, closing the door of the private room. The private room became quiet again. Martial sister Qingyu actually married a disciple of Qinghu Island," Zhuge Yun muttered. Tung Qingshan frowned and thought to himself, "That Master Li, I seem to have seen him somewhere before. Last time, when Tung Qingshan was 10, he saw Li Qingyu and her father, Master Li. He only met Master Li once. Li Qingyu was just a young girl. Now that she was a married woman, her appearance and temperament changed a lot. It's him, Master Li of Jiangning County." Tung Qingshan's eyes lit up. He finally remembered. With a whoosh, Tung Qingshan stood up. "Qingshan, what's wrong?" Tung Qinghu was startled. "Qinghu, that year when we sent the Frost Jade Saber to East City, did you forget about Master Li and the rich lady named you heir?" Tung Qingshan's face turned cold as he walked towards the door. Tung Qinghu was startled for a moment, then his eyes widened. "It's them." Tung Qinghu stood up and rushed out. "What's wrong?" Zhuge Yun and Zhuge Qing were startled and stood up. Walking out of the private room, Tung Qingshan listened carefully and instantly locked onto a private room in the south. When the bandits robbed and killed Tung Qingshan's group, although, because of Tung Qingshan, no one from Tongjia village died. One was blinded in one eye, one had his leg broken, and he was paralyzed in bed all year round. Another one had a broken arm. Those three clansmen were all with the hunting squad and were the heroes of the clan. They were crippled just like that. Tung Qingshan never forgot this hatred. If it wasn't for Tung Qingshan, perhaps the 30 people of Tongjia village would have all been killed. At that time, Tung Qingshan refrained from taking revenge for the sake of his clansmen. At that time, Tung Qingshan had thought that if he had the chance in the future, he would definitely kill Qin San. Tung Qingshan walked over and kicked the door. Bang! The door was kicked open. "Who is it?" Master Li shouted with dissatisfaction, and the three guards all stood up. "Oh, so it's young sovereign's friend." A smile appeared on Master Li's face. "Please come in." Tung Qingshan stood at the door and coldly scanned the private room. His gaze instantly locked onto one of the three guards. Tung Qingshan clearly remembered that one of the three guards was called Qinda, and he was the one who spoke up for them. The one standing on the side was Qin San. "You are Qin San." Tung Qingshan looked at him coldly. Chapter 91. The group of people in the private room were stunned. Qin San, do you know this little brother? Old Master Li asked curiously. Qin San was also puzzled. He didn't know the young man in front of him at all. However, when Qin San heard from Old Master Li, he knew that the person in front of him was a friend of the young sovereign of the Gui Yuan sect. He immediately cupped his hands and said, "Brother, I am Qin San, but it seems that I don't know you." At this moment, Tung Qinghu, who was a little slow to realize, finally ran over. "Don't know me?" Tung Qingshan's expression became even colder. "Qin San, do you know your grandfather?" With a roar, Tung Qinghu suddenly rushed into the room like a mad tiger. He grabbed a solid wooden chair beside him and poured thousands of gene of strength into the chair. He fiercely smashed it towards Qin San, who, as the chair smashed towards his head, Qin San, who was still in a daze, became angry. Where did this son of AB*TCH come from? At the same time, he pulled out the long sword from his waist and fiercely slashed at the wooden chair. Pung! The wooden chair broke into pieces and scattered in all directions. Some hit Qin San, and some hit the dishes on the table. The dishes were smashed, and the food splashed out. Immediately, there was a cry of alarm. Li Qingyu quickly bent down to protect her son. "Stop!" Li Qingyu and her husband Lu roughing angrily rebuked at the same time. But how could Tung Qinghu, who was filled with anger, stop? One of the three handicapped people was a neighbor who spoiled Tung Qinghu since he was young. Tung Qinghu liked this second uncle very much. When he entered the hunter squad, it was this second uncle who guided him. Second uncle lost one of his legs during that bandit attack. A good man was crippled for the rest of his life. "Die!" Tung Qinghu lowered his body and swept his leg. "Qinghu!" Tung Qingshan shouted. This time, no one brought any weapons. If Tung Qinghu had a spear, he might not have one. What's more, he didn't have any weapons. Courting death. Qin San was also a vicious and merciless person. As long as he didn't provoke others, it would be fine. Who dared to provoke him? Now that someone wanted to kill him, how could he care about anything else? He leaped up and dodged the kick. At the same time, he held the long sword in his right hand and fiercely slashed downward. Tung Qinghu grabbed the leg of the square table next to him. Ooh, that big table was directly smashed towards the leaping Qin San. "Humph!" Qin San sneered. That long sword directly smashed the square table. Following that, the momentum of the sword did not decrease, and directly slashed towards Tung Qinghu. At this moment, Xiao, a ray of cold light flashed in the private room. "Ah!" With a scream, Qin San's sword fell from his hand. "Die!" Tung Qinghu kicked upwards towards Qin San's chest. Qin San's left hand covered his right hand, and at the same time as he landed, his right foot lightly tapped on Tung Qinghu's kick, and his whole body borrowed the momentum to leap back one zhang, dispersing the impact before landing. With a pale face, his left hand held his right wrist. His right wrist was pierced by a flying dagger. Such a fast flying dagger. A cold light flashed in Lu Rufing's eyes. He couldn't help but look at Tung Qingshan, who threw the flying dagger. When Tung Qingshan saw that Tung Qinghu was in danger, of course he had to help. "Stop! What are you guys trying to do? Speak clearly." Master Li shouted angrily. "Brat, die!" When the other two guards saw that their martial brother's wrist was pierced, they couldn't help but be furious. Clang! Clang! Master Li also shouted at them. "Stop!" Old Master Li shouted at them. "Old Master!" One of the guards said anxiously. Old Master Li said coldly, "Let's make things clear first." He then looked at Tung Qingshan, who was at the door. At this moment, young sect leader Zhu Yun and Zhu Viqing had also arrived outside the private room. Old Master Li's face darkened as he said, "Young sect master, what's wrong with this friend of yours? He didn't ask about right or wrong and wanted to kill my guards the moment he came in. You even ruined my banquet into such a mess." Zhu Yun and Zhu Viqing were also very confused. However, Zhu Yun giggled and said, "Master Li, what's the rush? Isn't it just a banquet? If we're in the wrong, I'll compensate you with a banquet. But first, we have to see who is right and who is wrong, right? I also want to know the ins and outs of this matter." Old Master Li said coldly. Big brother Tung Shan, what happened? Zhuge Yin stared at Tung Shan. Tung Hu said angrily, "You're still asking what's going on? Let this son of A.B. *TCH Qin San speak for himself." As he said this, he stared at Qin San, who was holding his wrist. "Qin San, you can't have forgotten Tangjia village, right? You can't have forgotten the 10,000 taels of silver, right?" Tung Shan also stared coldly at Qin San. "Tangjia village? 10,000 taels of silver?" Qin San was also very confused. After following old Master Li for so many years, Qin San had secretly embezzled a lot of silver. However, it was only a small matter, so old Master Li turned a blind eye to it. As for Tangjia village, 7 years had passed. In this world, there were countless Li Jia village, Wang Jia village, and various other villages. How could Qin San still remember them? "Who are you guys?" Qin San pulled out the throwing knife from his wrist and sealed his acupuncture points to stop the bleeding. He took 2 steps forward and stood side by side with his 2 martial brothers. He shouted angrily, "I don't even know you guys." "Young Sectmaster, did you hear that?" Old Master Li said in a deep voice. "Who?" Tung Shan instantly moved, and a gust of wind appeared in the private room. The faces of the 2 martial brothers beside Qin San changed greatly. "You're courting death." They roared and stabbed the long swords in their hands. However, with 2 sounds of pung and pung, the 2 men were sent flying. They then fell heavily on the ground, and blood flowed out of their mouths. The 2 quickly climbed up, their eyes filled with fear. Expert. The 2 martial brothers had reached the peak of the post-liminary realm, but they didn't expect that they couldn't even last 1 round against Tung Shan. They didn't know that. Tung Shan was a grandmaster of Xing Yi martial arts. He was extremely proficient in close combat with bare hands. With Tung Shan's eyesight, 2 collapsing fists were enough to seriously injure the 2 men. Without his martial brothers by his side, Qin San became anxious. Qin San went crazy. His uninjured left hand was like a steel claw, stabbing towards Tung Shan's head. No one doubted that Qin San's finger could definitely pierce through a skull. Tung Shan reached out, grabbed Qin San's wrist, and twisted it. "Kata!" Qin San bent over, his face pale from the pain. "Who the hell are you? I don't know you. You don't know us." Tung Shan stared at him coldly. 7 years ago, you ordered 182 frost jade sabers from Tangjia village and paid a deposit of 8,000 taels of silver. Do you still remember when more than 30 men from Tangjia village personally delivered the frost jade saber to the Yangzhou Merchant Guild in East City? Qin San's eyes immediately became round. That group of dead mountain people. In Qin San's eyes, that group of mountain people had long been killed by the bandits, although the robbers failed to rob and were killed instead. But no one told this news to Qin San. "Haha, dead mountain people?" Tung Shan laughed coldly. Yes, we almost died. Fortunately, the strength of those bandits was very ordinary. Not only did they fail to kill us, they were also killed by our clansmen. But we also know it was you. You were the one who leaked the news to the bandits, saying that we had 10,000 taels of silver, right? Qin San's eyes were filled with disbelief. Tung Hu also roared, "You bastard! When we went to Yangzhou Merchant Guild to manage, we knew that you were not a good person. You told your master that 1 frost jade saber was 150 taels of silver, but you only gave us 100 taels of silver. Then you deliberately used your inner strength to break a frost jade saber, trying to frame us and not give us 10,000 taels of silver. You're a King big shot, an inner strength expert. You couldn't get any silver, so you vented your anger on us poor mountain people. I will never forget that battle with the bandits." Second uncle was crippled for his entire life. He often stood at the side of the training field, foolishly watching other clansmen practice spear, secretly wiping away his tears. "You son of A.B. *TCH, it's all because of you," Tung Hu roared. In the entire private room, only Tung Hu's roar could be heard. Everyone else was quiet. Everyone understood what had happened. "It's them, father. They are from that group of mountain people. Li Qingyu said in a low voice. I know. Master Li's face was also very unsightly. His guard Qin San's hands were not clean, and Master Li was very clear. However, Qin San was a very smart person. He knew who he could offend and who he could not. After following him for so many years, he had never caused any big trouble. Master Li did not care. Who would have thought that group of poor mountain people actually produced two experts? Therefore, the poor mountain people's revenge had come. This should be Brother Tongue, Master Li said with a smile. I understand what happened. All of this is my guard's fault. However, what has happened cannot be undone. I ask Brother Tongue to give me some face and spare his life. I will definitely make it up to you. Tung Qingshan turned his head and looked at him, his face revealing a cold smile. Master Li, if I kill your daughter and son-in-law, I will give you some money. Do you agree? Tung Qingshan stared at him. At the same time, a flying knife appeared in Tung Qingshan's left hand. Master Li was startled. He did not doubt that Tung Qingshan would throw that flying knife. Master Li hesitated. So you better shut up. Tung Qingshan's eyes were cold. He immediately turned his head and looked at Qin San, whose hand was broken by him. Qin San, in your eyes, we poor mountain people were ants that you could trample to death if you wanted to. But today, in my eyes, you are just an ant. Now, I also want to trample you to death. Zhuge Yun and Zhuge Qing, the brother and sister, quietly watched this scene. Zhuge Qing was scared stiff. She never thought that the always smiling, polite, and calm Tung Qingshan would actually have such a terrifying and indifferent side. Zhuge Yun was the opposite. His eyes were filled with excitement. Stop! The other two martial brothers shouted. Among them, Qinda shouted, Brother Tung, this matter was my martial brother's fault. However, please spare my martial brother's life. He is a disciple of my Gold Sword sect. If you kill him, you will become an enemy of my Gold Sword sect. Even if he dies, he should be punished by my sect. Please. Qin San's eyes were also filled with the desire to live. Qing Shan, kill him. This son of a bitch. I want to kill him even in my dreams. Tung Qinghu shouted. Tung Qingshan stretched out his left hand and grabbed Qin San's throat. No. Qin San's face changed. Tung Qingshan looked at Qin San coldly and exerted force with his fingers. Pa! The sound of bones breaking. Qin San breathed with all his might, but he could no longer breathe. His face was deathly pale. His eyes were filled with unwillingness, fear, and hatred. Then his eyes completely dimmed. Tung Qingshan loosened his grip. Qin San's entire body softened and fell to the ground. Dead. The two martial brothers appeared anxious and angry. If my enemy wants to kill me, I will do it myself. I don't need your Gold Sword sect's help. Tung Qingshan coldly glanced at the two. If your Gold Sword sect wants to take revenge, I will accept it at any time. Qinghu, let's go. Qinghu glanced at Qin San on the ground and fiercely spat out a mouthful of saliva. Only then did he leave with Tung Qingshan. Tung Qingshan and Tung Qinghu turned and walked towards the door. Suddenly, halfway through, Tung Qingshan stopped and turned to look at the two martial brothers. All right, by the way, your Gold Sword sect should not look for revenge. You are looking for the wrong person. Listen carefully, my name is Tung Qingshan. 4 chapters completed. Tomato is written with passion. Brothers, let's get the monthly votes. We can't give up on September's monthly votes ranking. Let's burn with passion and crazily throw the monthly votes. Chapter 92. Tung Qingshan and Tung Qinghu walked towards the door. At the door, young sovereign Zhuge Yun sneered at Great Master Qin and Tung Qinghu. Gold Sword sect? Huh? How dare you threaten the people of Gui Yuan's sect? Not to mention you two juniors. Even the sect leader of your Gold Sword clan wouldn't dare to say such words in my Gui Yuan sect's territory. He said with a faint smile. Great Master Qin and Tung Qinghu froze. This, young sovereign, Great Master Qin stuttered. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Young sect master, these two brats don't know any better. They only said that because they wanted to save junior brother. In this world, Reason is the most important. Qin San was in the wrong, so he can't blame anyone for his death. Please don't blame them, young sovereign, Master Li said hastily. Oomph. Young sovereign Zhuge Yun sneered. He turned around and left with Tung Qingshan and Tung Qinghu with his sister. Only then did the private room quiet down. You two are also messing around. Master Li's face darkened. He scolded Great Master Qin and Heir Qin. Qin San is a dirty boy. He offended someone and died. You two should have seen who the other party is before you spoke ruthlessly. That's Gui Yuan sect. Your Gold Sword sect is living a leisurely life in Shuyang County. Isn't your enemy strong enough? It's not easy for Brother Wang to support the Gold Sword sect. If the Gold Sword sect becomes enemies with Gui Yuan sect because of you two, I'm afraid the Gold Sword sect won't last long. Great Master Qin and Heir Qin broke out in cold sweat. In the land of the 9 prefectures, there were differences between sections. There were 8 supreme sects in the land of the 9 prefectures, and each of them was extremely powerful. As for the Gui Yuan sect, it was able to control an entire county. It had been passed down for over 1,000 years and was deeply rooted. Its sovereign, Zhuge Yuan Hong, was a super powerful expert in the land of the 9 prefectures. Even Qinghu Island didn't dare to provoke the Gui Yuan sect. The Gui Yuan sect could be considered as a great sect in the land of the 9 prefectures. Among the 13 counties of Yangzhou, other than the 9 counties controlled by Qinghu Island and the 2 counties controlled by Gui Yuan sect and Tai Hall, the rest of the 13 counties were relatively peaceful. The other 2 counties were in chaos. Within the Shuyang County, there were dozens of small sects that were in disarray, and there were also many bandits and bandits. These sects had a long lifespan of 100 years and a short lifespan of a few years. Then, new sects were built. Compared to the Gui Yuan sect, these so-called sects were like ants to an elephant. The difference was just too great. Although the Gold Sword sect was a relatively powerful sect in the Shuyang County, it was still a relatively powerful sect. But compared to the Gui Yuan sect, the difference was too great. This was because the Gold Sword sect did not have any inborn experts. Big Qin, Lu Rufeng said with a frown. In the past, I saw that you could be considered steady in your actions. Why are you so muddle-headed today? With the strength of that Tung Qingshan, I think that unless the sovereign of the Gold Sword sect came personally, no one would be able to defeat him. Lu Rufeng was a core disciple of Qinghu Island. However, when he was in Qinghu Island, he had heard of some of the famous experts of the Gui Yuan sect, especially the sovereign, Zhuge Yuan Hong. In the land of the 9 prefectures, who would be willing to offend Zhuge Yuan Hong? Big Qin said helplessly and sorrowfully. Although Third Martial Brother's character is a bit bad, he and I have been practicing martial arts together for dozens of years. Our relationship is very deep. That Tung Qingshan wanted to kill Third Martial Brother. I was anxious just now, that's why I said that. I only hoped that he would give the Gold Sword sect some face and spare Third Martial Brother's life. Big Martial Brother and I can only blame ourselves for being inferior. Qin Heir's face was also filled with sorrow. Master Li lowered his head and glanced at Qin San, who was already dead. He sighed and said, "All right, bury Qin San and forget about this matter. Don't mention it again. That Tung Qingshan is so young, but his methods are so powerful. He also has a close relationship with the young sovereign. In the future, he will probably hold a high position in the Gui Yuan sect. It's better not to offend him." Since things had already reached this point, Master Li's family could only compensate the Canvas Luna restaurant with some money and go home. Tung Qingshan and the other 3 walked along the main street, crossed the canal bridge, and walked along the East River embankment of the Yuyang Grand Canal. I didn't expect the lives of commoners to be like this. Along the way, Zhuge Yun and Zhuge Qing asked Tung Qinghu and Tung Qingshan about some of their stories in Tungjia village. Zhuge Yun said hatefully, "They killed them well. Those bastards deserve to be killed." "Young sovereign," Tung Qingshan just opened his mouth. Zhuge Yun said discontentedly, "Big brother Tung, I've already called you big brother. I hate it when people call me young sovereign. You can also call me Little Yin. Tung Ching Shan was slightly startled, and then he smiled. That's fine. All right, Little Yin, I want to ask, where did this gold sword sect come from? They actually dared to threaten us? Every family had its own rules, and the army had its own rules. On the first day of entering the Black Armored Corps during the banquet, the brothers of the Black Armored Corps had all told Tung Ching Shan about the rules of the Black Armored Corps. The rules were very simple. When encountering a fight outside, regardless of whether it was right or wrong, win first. No matter what, the reputation of the Black Armored Corps must not be tarnished. His words sounded so tough. However, in secret, the soldiers of the Black Armored Corps all thought that as long as it wasn't one of the 8 great sects, they would fight regardless of the consequences and talk later. As for the 8 great sects, they still had to give them some face. For example, Qinghu Island occupied 9 counties and was much stronger than the Gui Yuan sect. I've never heard of this sect. Tung Qingshan laughed at himself. On the first day of entering the Black Armored Corps, Tung Qingshan already remembered the names of the 8 great sects of the 9 prefectures. Then it's a small sect from Shuyang County, Zhuge Yun said indifferently. Within the borders of Yangzhou, Qinghu Island, Tai Hall, and the 11 counties controlled by the Gui Yuan sect forbid others from establishing sections. Therefore, in the remaining 2 counties, there are many small sects, but they are all weak sections. The Gold Sword sect, to destroy it, a commandant can easily destroy it with a battalion of troops. Oh, so it's from Shuyang County. Tung Qingshan suddenly understood. That Gong Yanqing was from Shuyang County. Shuyang County and Tianan County were the 2 most chaotic counties in Yangzhou. Moreover, disciples of ordinary great sects would rarely stoop to the level of guarding a rich merchant's house. This was because sects like Qinghu Island and the Gui Yuan sect had the power of the government, so they could let their disciples enter the government. Being an official was, of course, much more carefree than guarding a house. A small sect from Shuyang County dares to be arrogant? Tung Qinghu glared. Big brother Qinghu, those 2 are only disciples of the Gold Sword sect. They don't know their place. Zhuge Yun humphed and said, My father always said that the people of the Gui Yuan sect should win first no matter who they meet. As long as they don't do anything evil, the Gui Yuan sect will bear the consequences. Tung Qingshan heard this and laughed. This was what a true great sect would dare to say. That's right. Zhuge Yun suddenly lowered his voice and said, Big brother Tung, today after you defeated those 2, you instantly dashed in front of them and blasted them away. Those 2 people should also be first-rated warriors. The strength and speed that Big Brother Tung displayed today is much stronger than yesterday. Yesterday, during the Centurion battle, from the beginning to the end, Tung Qingshan relied on a long spear. His own strength and speed were only average. But today, when facing 2 first-rated warriors, Tung Qingshan displayed an overwhelming advantage with his bare hands. Oh, this is also thanks to the vigor of the reckless bull. Tung Qingshan laughed. Zhuge Qing, who had been quiet at the side, said in surprise, Vigor of the reckless bull. The Black Armored Corps' vigor of the reckless bull? Big brother Qingshan, what does the improvement of your strength have to do with it? I have cultivated the vigor of the reckless bull to the 6th level. Therefore, my explosive strength and speed have greatly improved. Tung Qingshan said directly. Ah, Zhuge Yun exclaimed. The 6th level? Zhuge Qing was shocked. Because of the veil, Tung Qingshan's expression could not be seen. Qingshan, you have reached the 6th level? Tung Qinghu was also shocked. It has only been a day. Zhuge Yun couldn't believe it. Tung Qingshan smiled and nodded. Yes, although it has only been a day, but most of my 8 extraordinary meridians have been opened. Therefore, the cultivation of the first 6 levels was completed in one go. There were no problems. But this vigor of the reckless bull is indeed powerful. It has greatly improved my strength. Zhuge Yun suddenly understood, but he was even more amazed. Brother, we have reached the North Gate, Zhuge Qing said. During the entrance examination, Tung Qingshan and the others entered from the West Gate. This time, They returned from the north gate of the Gue Yuan sect. Big Brother Tung, I admire you more and more. Yes, my sister and I have to return to our residence. Big Brother Tung and Big Brother Qinghu also have to return to the barracks. Let's part ways here. Zhuge Yun smiled, and the siblings immediately left. Tung Qingshan looked at Zhuge Yun's back as he left. Knowing that I have cultivated to the 6th level, this news should quickly reach Zhuge Yuanhong's ears. Tung Qingshan thought silently. In Zhuge Yuanhong's eyes, my background is clean, and I am worth roping in. I think he should make some moves. Qinghu, let's go back. Tung Qingshan immediately turned his head and walked with Tung Qinghu towards the barracks of the Black Armored Corps. Today, after killing Qin San, Tung Qingshan was not affected at all. This was because this was the world of warriors. Killing happened frequently, and it was normal for disciples of small sects to die, especially since Tung Qingshan was a member of the Gue Yuan sect. How could the Gold Sword sect dare to offend him? While wandering the land of the 9 prefectures, Tung Qingshan had thought about the safety of Tungjia village. Tung Qingshan was not afraid of ordinary sects. This was because a post-liminary realm warrior could easily kill an expert of the post-liminary realm when facing an army of thousands, especially heavy armored warriors. For example, the 3rd leader of the Iron Mountain Gang was a warrior of the peak of the post-liminary realm, but he was killed by the White Horse Battalion with 1 charge. After all, although warriors cultivated inner strength, their bodies were still very weak. It was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. Facing the siege of a powerful army, they could easily kill him. Today, Tungjia village had hundreds of heavy armored warriors and a large number of men with bows and arrows. With such a force, even the mounted gangsters did not dare to offend them. Even the 3,000 bandits of the Yin Mountain Gang were scared away. Ordinary warriors of the post-liminary realm did not dare to offend this kind of village. This kind of village could be considered a powerful gang. Among the warriors of the post-liminary realm, other than the monster Tung Qingshan, there was probably no one who could fight against over 1,000 brave warriors. The strength of Tungjia village caused Tung Qingshan to not be afraid. More importantly, in the land of the 9 prefectures, people killed each other. Very few of them were related to the clan. If someone offended Tung Qingshan, and Tung Qingshan could not kill the person, could he exterminate the person's clan? Unless it was a crazy person, very few people would do such a thing. This was because doing so would cause them to be despised by the whole world. Chapter 93. Zhuge Yun and his sister, Zhuge Qing, were walking on a small path in the Gue Yuan sect. At this moment, Zhuge Qing had removed her veil. "Sister," Zhuge Yun shouted. Zhuge Qing did not respond. "Sister," Zhuge Yun called again. "Ah." Only then did Zhuge Qing come to her senses. Seeing her brother looking at her with a sneaky smile, she couldn't help but think of what she was thinking just now. She couldn't help but blush and snort. "Brother, what are you shouting for? What were you thinking about just now? You only heard me after I called you a few times." Zhuge Yun laughed. "Just now Zhuge Qing blushed. Zhuge Yun said in a low voice, "Did this little girl fall in love with some young hero? Could it be Big Brother Tung?" Zhuge Qing's face was so red that it seemed as if blood was about to drip out. She said somewhat angrily and shyly, "Brother, don't say any more." Actually, at Zhuge Qing's age, she would be an adult after the yearly sacrifice. It was the time when young girls yearned for love. Zhuge Qing's standards could not be said to be low. Because she had a genius brother like Zhuge Yun, she did not think much of the youths in the sections. As for Tung Qingshan's sudden appearance, Zhuge Qing had paid some attention to Tung Qingshan during the Centurion competition. This time, Tung Qingshan was invited out for dinner, so she tagged along. Most importantly, this time, when Tung Qingshan killed Qin San, his ruthlessness shocked Zhuge Qing. Zhuge Qing couldn't tell if it was fear or something else. In short, Tung Qingshan left a deeper impression in her heart. It was still too early to talk about love, but at least in Zhuge Qing's heart, there was already Tung Qingshan's shadow. "I knew it. It's no wonder. It's not strange for an outstanding person like Big Brother Tongue to fall in love with her. The senior and junior martial sisters in the sect are all asking me about Big Brother Tongue, this 16-year-old first-rated warrior. Sister, you have to be careful. Big Brother Tongue was taken away. It will be too late for you to regret. Zhuge Yun teased. Brother, you just like to tease me. Zhuge Qing turned her head and purposely avoided looking at Zhuge Yun. However, Zhuge Qing still had some doubts in her heart. Could it be that I have really fallen in love with Big Brother Tongue? Love had always been a blur. Love is hard to determine. For a moment, Zhuge Qing's mind was filled with many thoughts. You two, it's so late. Where did you run off to? At this moment, a familiar voice came from not far away. Zhuge Yun and Zhuge Qing turned around and saw Zhuge Yuanhong, dressed in a white robe, sitting in front of a chessboard. He was holding a chess manual by himself, and the chessboard in front of him also had a complicated chess layout. Father, Zhuge Yun and Zhuge Qing shouted and walked over at the same time. Dad, are you playing chess again? Let me massage your shoulders. Zhuge Qing obediently ran behind Zhuge Yuanhong and massaged Zhuge Yuanhong's back. Yinner, where are you going? Zhuge Yuanhong smiled. Zhuge Yuanhong was a rather benevolent father. Although his son and daughter had a trace of reverence for their father, they were usually very playful. My sister and I invited the two brothers, Tung Qingshan and Tung Qinghu, for dinner. Zhuge Yun said helplessly, but we didn't expect that halfway through the dinner, we met with trouble. Big brother Tung Qingshan met an old enemy, and he killed that person in anger. Oh, Zhuge Yuanhong's expression didn't change at all. He smiled faintly and said, Tell me what happened in detail. Dad, it's like this. Zhuge Yun immediately began to narrate the story. Lady Qing, who was massaging his back, would also occasionally narrate the story. In a moment, the story was told once. Zhuge Yuanhong couldn't help but nod and praised. This Ting Qingshan is quite decisive in killing. Zhuge Yuanhong didn't care about the so-called Jinjian clan at all. In Zhuge Yuanhong's eyes, the Jinjian clan was just an ant that he could trample to death with a single step. It wasn't worth wasting his energy on. Right, Dad, Lady Qing hastily said. When Big Brother Tung killed that Qin San today, he easily defeated Qin San's two martial brothers. Afterwards, when we asked Big Brother Tung, we found out that Big Brother Tung had actually reached the 6th level of the vigor of the reckless bull. Sister is right. Zhuge Yun also said excitedly. It was indeed the 6th level. In just one day, he reached the 6th level of the vigor of the reckless bull. That Tung Qingshan also said that most of his 8 extraordinary meridians had been opened, which was why his cultivation speed was so fast. Oh, Zhuge Yuanhong's eyes brightened. Lady Qing said, if Big Brother Tung were to compete with Big Brother Yusong now, he would definitely be able to defeat Big Brother Yusong easily. Lady Qing's eyes flashed with a hint of craftiness as she lowered her voice and said, Dad, Big Brother Tung has already cultivated to the 6th level. The secret technique, Stone Tablet, only has the first 6 levels. Should we also give the last 3 levels to Big Brother Tung? Zhuge Yun couldn't help but glance at his sister and smiled. That's right, Dad. Big Brother Tung doesn't have a secret technique to cultivate, so he can't increase his strength. It's a waste of time. Zhuge Yun also said, your relationship with that Tung Qingshan seems to be pretty good. However, the vigor of the reckless bull is still our Gui Yuan Sect's human-level secret technique. The first 6 levels can be made public, but the last 3 levels can't be easily made public. After all, Tung Qingshan has just entered our black armored core. Zhuge Yuanhong said, let's wait until he stays in the black armored core for a few years or achieves great merits. A few years. Achieves great merits? Lady Qing was gentle and quiet in front of others, but in front of her father, she would act spoiled and unreasonable. Dad, that Yusong, didn't you allow him to read all of our human-level secret techniques? He has just entered the sect. He is him, and Tung Qingshan is Tung Qingshan. Zhuge Yuanhong purposely didn't agree. Yusong was Wei Wuya's disciple. Zhuge Yuanhong was entrusted by Wei Wuya, so of course he would treat Yu Song, this nephew of the younger generation, warmly. Lady Qing stood there and purposely didn't say anything. Oh, it seems that my baby daughter has taken a liking to that Tung Qing Shan. Since it's like this, Yin Air, accompany Qing Qing to the secret room and take the complete vigor of the reckless bull. Choose a time and give it to that Tung Qing Shan. Zhuge Yuanhong said helplessly, there's no other way. This is the secret technique that my daughter wants to give to Tung Qing Shan. If I don't give it to her, no one will massage her father's shoulders and back in the future. Yes, Dad, Zhuge Yin readily replied. Lady Qing's face was slightly red. Dad, I'm going back to sleep. Lady Qing immediately ran away. Dad, I'm also going back first, Zhuge Yin said, and also left. Zhuge Yuanhong looked at this pair of children and couldn't help but smile. He then looked in the direction of the Black Armored Corps and said, this Tung Qing Shan unexpectedly trained to the 6th level in one go. It seems that my guess was right. He indeed had a fortuitous encounter and ate a heavenly treasure to obtain so much inner strength. Relying on the heavenly treasure, he changed his physique and opened up so many meridians. I'll give you the vigor of the reckless bull. Let's see what level you can reach with this vigor of the reckless bull. You want to be my son-in-law? I have to take a good look. Zhuge Yuanhong immediately stopped thinking and immersed himself in his chess game. Late at night, Tung Qinghu had already fallen asleep, but Tung Qingshan was sitting cross-legged in the courtyard and meditating. He had already cultivated the internal martial arts to the extreme. Tung Qingshan could perfectly control his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, the flow of his qi and blood. In this state of meditation, his breathing was so weak that it was almost undetectable. His heartbeat slowed down to only a few beats per minute. Sitting cross-legged like this, he was in a state of peace. Meditating for 2 hours was equivalent to sleeping for 3 to 4 hours. When the darkness before dawn passed and the first ray of light appeared, Tung Qingshan opened his eyes. He then got up and practiced the 3 postures for the time it took to drink a cup of tea before he stopped. In the past, when the internal martial arts reached the Grandmaster realm, everyone thought that it was the limit. Martial ancestor Ji Jike created the godly tiger form technique, which could increase the strength of a Grandmaster. Now, I have reached an unprecedented limit. Can I be like martial ancestor Ji Jike and create a stronger secret technique based on the foundation of the predecessors to continue to increase the power of the internal martial arts? The internal martial arts was the foundation of Tung Qingshan. Currently, the godly tiger form technique was ineffective on Tung Qingshan. His physical strength had reached a limit and could no longer be increased. The Xing-Yi martial arts originated from the 3 postures. I can only find the answer from the 3 postures. But how can I find it? Tung Qingshan also felt that in the process of developing the spear art, the realm of his fist art was much higher than it was in his previous life. However, this was not helpful to the improvement of his physical fitness for the time being. Forget it. In the past 1,000 years, no one has made a breakthrough in the internal martial arts after creating a higher peak. I can't be too hasty. The only way for me to increase my strength now is to rely on my inner strength. Tung Qingshan was very clear about this point. Currently, he had cultivated the vigor of the reckless bull to the 6th level. With the endurance of his meridians, he could have an explosive force of around 30,000 jin. Combined with the strength of his arms of 180,000 jin, if the strength of his muscles and bones and inner strength were to burst out at the same time, the strength of his arms would exceed 200,000 jin. For powerful warriors, their bodies were relatively weak. Normally, it was considered good to have 1 or 2,000 jin of strength. Compared to inner strength, it was negligible. However, Tung Qingshan was the opposite. His body was stronger. It's a pity that I only have the first 6 levels of the vigor of the reckless bull. I don't know when I will be able to obtain the last 3 levels. Tung Qingshan thought to himself. In the early morning of the same day, after breakfast, the sergeants of the Black Armored Corps began their morning training. Huh. The sergeants wore heavy armor and thrust their spears again and again. Tung Shan was practicing his spear art beside his 100-man team. However, it was different from the sergeant's practice. Tung Shan thrust the spear in his hand at an extremely fast speed. It had already transformed into a dozen phantoms. One spear's shadow followed another, as if it was an endless cycle. My lord! My lord! The sergeants who were practicing with the spear suddenly shouted. Tung Shan turned his head to look at these sergeants. One of the sergeants pointed to a place not far away. My lord, over there. Tung Shan turned his head and saw Zhu Guqing, who was dressed in green, waving at him from the side of the drill ground. Only then did Tung Shan put away his spear and walked over. Lady Qing, why are you here? Tung Shan was a little surprised. Oh, it's my brother, Zhu Guqing said. Yesterday, he asked for this vigor of the reckless bull from father. However, he is currently training and has no time. Therefore, he asked me to come over and pass this vigor of the reckless bull to you. This is the complete book. It has all the contents of the 9th level. As she spoke, she took out a book wrapped in cloth from her bosom. Tung Shan was overjoyed. Help me thank your brother. Also, thank you, Lady Qing, for making this trip. P.S. 2 chapters completed. Tomato must work hard and work hard to update as soon as possible. Chapter 94. Not at all. I don't have anything to do anyway, so I came here. Lady Qing smiled and immediately took out a book from her bag and handed it to Tung Shan. Here, take it. Tung Shan took the book. The book was still warm. He lowered his head and looked at the book. On the cover of the book, there were 5 big words. Vigor of the Reckless Bull. He finally got it. With the last 3 levels of the Vigor of the Reckless Bull, his strength could increase again. Yes, Lady Qing said. I won't disturb Big Brother Tang's morning training. I'll go back first. Before Tung Shan could say anything, Lady Qing immediately ran away. In the cold winter morning wind, Lady Qing's clothes fluttered in the wind. Looking at her running back was a kind of enjoyment. Tung Shan smiled and put the secret book in his bosom. He turned around and returned to the training ground to continue his spear training. On the training ground, the soldiers of the Black Armored Corps were training hard. However, many centurions and commandant saw Tung Shan and Lady Qing meet from afar until they separated. Hey, did you see that? Lady Qing and Brother Shan are together. It seems that they are very close. Brother Shan is a young hero. Lady Qing and Brother Shan are a perfect match. From what I see, the first flower of our Gui Yuan sect is going to fall into our Black Armored Corps. The centurions laughed and discussed. In the Gui Yuan sect, there were many people pursuing Zhu Guqing. They were mainly divided into 2 groups, the core disciples of the Gui Yuan sect and the soldiers of the Black Armored Corps. In the dark, the 2 sides were also fighting in the dark. They want to see which side would be able to marry the beauty. Be quiet. This is the training ground. It's not a place for you to chat. A cold shout sounded. The centurions turned around and saw that the one who spoke was Shirasaki Commandant. The centurions exchanged glances and snickered. They didn't say anything else. Shirasaki Commandant glanced at Tung Shan coldly, sneered and said, A poor boy who has just arrived at the Gui Yuan sect seduced Junior's sister Qing. It seems I have to find a chance to let you understand your true identity. Among the many men who were pursuing Miss Qing, Shirasaki Commandant was one of them. Martial artists cultivated inner strength, and most of them had a long lifespan. There were many in their 30s who had yet to marry. For example, Zhang Feng of the 4 Great Commanders and the only female commander of the 4 Great Commanders weren't married yet. Shirasaki Commandant was also unmarried. Morning exercise. The weather was fine, but soon the wind blew and the sky darkened. By the time Tung Shan and the others were having lunch, heavy snow began to fall. Auspicious snow indicates a bountiful year. It's a good thing to have a heavy snow before the new year. Tung Shan felt the coldness of the snowflakes falling on his palm. He was very happy. He glanced at Tung Chinghu and said, "Cousin, you seem to have something on your mind this morning. What are you thinking about?" Tung Chinghu walked with his head down and didn't say a word. "Cousin," Tung Qingshan shouted. Tung Chinghu was startled. He raised his head and looked at Tung Qingshan. "What's wrong, Qingshan? You're asking me what's wrong? You were still smiling 2 days ago. Look at you now. You look like you have something on your mind. You're just short of writing the words, 'I'm very annoyed' on your face. What is it that you can't tell me? Say it. Don't hide it in your stomach." Tung Qingshan said with a smile. Tung Chinghu hesitated for a moment. He clenched his teeth and looked at Tung Qingshan. "Qingshan, do you like Lady Qing Qing?" Tung Qingshan was stunned. "What's wrong with this? I like Qing Qing." Tung Chinghu wiped his face and said, "It's nothing. I won't hide it from you. When I saw Lady Qing Qing, I didn't know why, but I fell in love with her. I also know that I'm not good enough for her. So I just thought about it in my heart and didn't dare to say it. Today, when I saw Lady Qing Qing come to find you alone, I guess that she likes you. I'm happy for you, but I also don't feel good." "But Qingshan," Tung Chinghu said anxiously, "don't worry about me. In any case, I don't have the ability to marry such a good girl. You just need to bring honor to our Tongjia village and marry Lady Qing Qing." Tung Qingshan was stunned. "Pa!" Tung Qingshan slapped Tung Chinghu's head and scolded with a smile. "Cousin, your brain is full of paste. I like Lady Qing. Who told you that?" "Yeah, you don't like such a good girl?" Tung Chinghu asked back. "She's a good girl, but does everyone have to like her?" Tung Qingshan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He then stared at Tung Chinghu and said, "Cousin, listen to me clearly. I don't have any feelings for this girl. If you have the ability, you can marry her. As for me, I don't like her." Tung Chinghu blinked his eyes. "Okay, let's go back. Don't stand here like an idiot." Tung Qingshan put his arm around Chinghu's shoulder. The two brothers put their arms around each other's shoulders and walked towards the house in the swirling snow. "I fell in love with Lady Qing?" Tung Qingshan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Looking at Lady Qing, Tung Qingshan felt as if he was looking at his younger sister, Qingyu. It was purely the feeling of an older brother towards his younger sister. Moreover, in his previous life, he had lived for 29 years. In this life, he had lived for 16 years. He no longer had the mentality of a young man. After experiencing so much, his temperament was already as firm as a rock. How could he be moved so easily? Facing this kind of pure and innocent girl, Tung Qingshan only had the heart to watch from afar. He didn't have any dirty thoughts. Marry a wife? Without his father and mother's request, Tung Qingshan wouldn't be in a hurry. Unless he met someone who could truly move his heart, he wouldn't marry. The snow was getting heavier and heavier. In the afternoon, Tung Qingshan's courtyard was already covered with a thick layer of snow. Sitting cross-legged on the snowy ground, Tung Qingshan's body was already covered with a layer of snow. In the stable, the azure mane treading on snow horse raised its head and looked at Tung Qingshan, who was cultivating. Then it lowered its head and ate some dry grass. Cultivating inner strength is actually opening up one meridian after another in the process of cultivation. As the meridians become more and more unobstructed, the speed of cultivation will become faster. Many people spend tens or hundreds of years and still can't open up the most difficult conception and governing vessels. However, my body's 8 extraordinary meridians, 12 main meridians, and many other minute meridians are all unobstructed. This way, cultivating inner strength is much easier. Tung Qingshan felt relaxed and content. Cultivating inner strength was like galloping across a flat plain for him. In his previous life, the most troublesome part of transportation was the construction of highways. Every highway consumed an endless amount of manpower and resources. But after the highway was built successfully, transportation became more convenient, and the economy increased rapidly. Opening up the meridians was the process of building the highway. It was the most troublesome part. But for Tung Qingshan, it was equivalent to building the highway from the beginning. Transporting goods and inner strength was, of course, fast and simple. 8th level. Tung Qingshan had already started to circulate the chant for the 8th level of cultivation method. Within his body, inner strength surged. Every meridian had inner strength circulating, and waves of numbness spread throughout his body. After cultivating to the 8th level, the speed of refining the spiritual qi of heaven and earth is more than 100 times faster than when I use Xing Yi Fist to refine inner strength. It seems that even if my inner strength is used up, it can be completely recovered in a few hours. Tung Qingshan sighed. In my previous life, inner strength was like a treasure, and I couldn't bear to waste it. It was completely refined from the blood essence in my body. But in this life, inner strength is worthless. Unknowingly, Tung Qingshan stepped into the 9th level of the vigor of the reckless bull. Inner strength was like a flood, majestically flowing through the 8 extraordinary meridians. The most difficult part of the 9th level was opening up the conception and governing vessels. The numbness is getting stronger and stronger. I didn't expect that by stimulating the meridians with inner strength, it could actually cause the meridians to become tougher. Tung Qingshan followed the instructions in the secret manual. The so-called stimulation of the meridians was to circulate the inner strength around the meridians and rub it over and over again. It was very gentle for fear of injuring the vital meridians. According to the secret manual, once the vital meridians were injured, the speed of circulating the inner strength to the meridians would be very slow. Meridians? I understand this principle. The meridians are the highway, and the meridians are the bridges of the highway. Once the bridge is damaged, the speed of crossing the bridge will naturally be slow. Once the bridge is broken, the entire highway will be useless. Tung Qingshan felt that the inner strength in his body was like a rolling snowball, becoming more and more vigorous. A large amount of inner strength rushed towards the dantian. The dantian was like a bottomless pit, constantly absorbing the inner strength. After a long time, Tung Qingshan felt that his dantian was swollen, and he could no longer store any more inner strength. It's full? Tung Qingshan secretly sighed. According to the vigor of the reckless bull, the dantian is very small for the beginning stage of inner strength training. As time goes by, the dantian will become bigger and bigger. There will be a day when the dantian reaches a limit and can no longer expand. However, I still have some distance to reach the limit of the dantian. The size of the dantian was limited, and the amount of inner strength it could store was also limited. It was not endless. Because of this, martial artists would exhaust their inner strength when they were fighting. However, as they trained, the dantian would gradually become bigger. Just like a human stomach, the more food one ate, the bigger it would become. Of course, there was a limit. After reaching a limit, no matter how much he trained, he would not be able to become bigger. In the courtyard, Tung Qingshan, who was sitting cross-legged, had turned into a snowman. Who? Tung Qingshan stood up, and the snow fell down. 9th layer? It's that simple, and I have reached the 9th layer. To me, the most precious thing is still the 9th layer, the chant to release inner strength. With a thought, the inner strength in Tung Qingshan's dantian suddenly erupted, surging out along the 8 extraordinary meridians, and then converging into the meridians in his right arm. Tung Qingshan felt a sharp pain in the meridians in his body. The pain made his expression change, and the inner strength quickly dispersed from the tiny meridians in his arm. Chi-chi. A lot of inner strength shot into the snowy ground, leaving small holes. That was close. Tung Qingshan's expression changed drastically. Just now, 8 streams of inner strength gushed out from the 8 extraordinary meridians and then converged in Tung Qingshan's arm. The capacity of the meridians in his arm was not as good as the 8 extraordinary meridians and 8 main meridians. The amount of inner strength that converged was too much, and it almost ruptured one of the meridians in Tung Qingshan's right arm. Fortunately, all of Tung Qingshan's meridians were cleared and immediately dispersed through the tiny meridians. My 8 extraordinary meridians are too wide. Although I can instantly release a lot of inner strength, the number of meridians in my arm is too small. No matter how much ammunition I have, I can't shoot it out in an instant. What a pity. Tung Qingshan smiled helplessly. When he first practiced the 6th layer, the amount of inner strength that converged was very little, and the meridians in Tung Qingshan's arm could still withstand it. But this time it was not possible. It seems like the vigor of the reckless bull was right. I need to spend more time to widen and nourish my meridians. Tung Qingshan thought to himself. In the days that followed, Tung Qingshan leisurely stayed in the Black Armored Corps. Other than the usual spear practice, and occasionally leading the soldiers to practice horsemanship, he spent the rest of his time practicing the vigor of the reckless bull to nourish his meridians. As time passed, Tung Qingshan's meridians gradually became wider and tougher. Chapter 95. Soon, the day of the yearly sacrifice arrived. On the evening of the yearly sacrifice, Tung Qingshan truly saw how many disciples there were in the Gui Yuan sect. The Black Armored Corps, the Gui Yuan sect's core disciples, and the outer disciples. 3 groups of people, totaling tens of thousands of people, gathered in the vast drill ground of the Black Armored Corps. Under the leadership of the sovereign, Zhuge Yuanhong, and many elders, these tens of thousands of people carried out the sacrificial ceremony and worshipped Emperor Yu. After that, a lively arena competition was carried out. Those who won the competition would receive rewards. However, Tung Qingshan didn't participate. During the yearly sacrifice competition, the most outstanding person was the young sovereign, Zhuge Yun. Zhuge Yun's Azure Lightning Sword art was extremely powerful and defeated over 10 people in a row. In the end, Yu Song fought against Zhuge Yun. Zhuge Yun was forced to use the 9 lightning swords and actually defeated Yu Song. In the blink of an eye, Tung Qingshan had been in the Black Armored Corps for over 2 months. The cold winter had passed, and it was now the beginning of spring. In Tung Qingshan's courtyard, "Brother, you must win this time." Lady Qing shouted happily in the courtyard. "I think I will lose again." Tung Qinghu smiled proudly. At this moment, in the courtyard, Tung Qingshan and the young sovereign, Zhuge Yun, were exchanging pointers. Zhuge Yun's entire body turned into a shadow and moved around Tung Qingshan at an extremely fast speed. Tung Qingshan, on the other hand, moved slightly within one zhang. He held a spear with one hand and blocked Zhuge Yun's sharp sword with lightning speed every time. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of the long spear and the sharp sword clashing was very concentrated. Such a fast sword, Tung Qingshan secretly exclaimed. In terms of sword speed, he should be the number 1 in the younger generation of the Gui Yuan sect. Furthermore, Little Cloud speed is comparable to my maximum speed when I unleash all of my physical strength. Tung Qingshan's body was monstrous. Even if he didn't use crossing worlds, the extreme speed of his body was already very scary. From this, one could imagine how fast Zhuge Yun's speed was. Little Yun, your 9 lightning swords are indeed as fast as lightning and continuous, and your pace perfectly coordinated. Unfortunately, he just couldn't break my spear technique. No matter how fast you move, how can you keep up with the speed of my spear? Tung Qingshan laughed as he resisted. If you don't have a unique skill, you will still lose today. This was already the 3rd time that Zhuge Yun and Tung Qingshan had secretly fought against each other. He had lost the first 2 times. However, every time he lost, Zhuge Yun would improve the next time he came. Unfortunately, the defense of Tung Qingshan's transmutation unity law was like a tortoise shell. Who? Zhuge Yun quickly retreated and solemnly looked at Tung Qingshan. Big brother Tung, the last 2 times I fought with you, I have mastered the 9 lightning swords. In this half a month, I have been learning the one-line sword. This one-line sword is one of the best sword techniques in the Gui Yuan sect. I only know a little, but you have to be careful. The Azure Lightning Sword art, 9 lightning swords, and one-line sword were progressing. Only after mastering the 9 lightning swords could one learn the one-line sword. Oh, Tung Shan's eyes brightened. Don't let me down. Tung Shan was ready. Zhuge Yun held the 3-chi long azure sharp sword and condensed his aura. Suddenly, Zhuge Yun's eyes suddenly became fierce, and the 3-chi long sword in his hand disappeared. Tung Shan only saw a green light shooting towards him. There was only one ray of green light. Boom! Tung Shan's physical strength instantly exploded, and the long spear in his hand also turned into a shadow. Clang! The long spear directly knocked the azure sharp sword away and slightly shook Zhuge Yun's chest. The azure sharp sword was thrown far away and smashed into the wall, causing the wall to tremble and crack to appear. As for Zhuge Yun, he was shaken by the long spear, and the strong force caused his whole body to fly up and then fall down. Tung Shan's control of force was very exquisite, and Zhuge Yun was not injured at all. The sword just now was so fast. Tung Shan was secretly shocked. Just now, my physical strength instantly exploded to more than 20%. Zhuge Yun's sword was a green light. It was so fast that Tung Shan had to use 20% of his strength to make the long spear keep up with the sword. Brother, you lost again. Lady Qing laughed. The sword just now was so fast. Tung Qinghu praised. But Qing Shan's spear is even faster. Zhuge Yun smiled helplessly and looked at Tung Shan. Big brother Tung, you really are a monster. I comprehended the azure lightning sword art and the 9 lightning sword, but I only comprehended a little bit of the one-line sword. The power of this one-line sword is comparable to the wave-breaking force of the Zhangjiang sword art. Just this sword alone consumed close to 10% of my inner strength. It is much faster than my 9 lightning sword, and you can even block it. Little Yun, your sword art is very scary. If it was any faster, I'm afraid that even I wouldn't be able to block it. Tung Shan praised. If I didn't cultivate the vigor of the reckless bull, I wouldn't be able to block this sword of yours. Zhuge Yun's sword was indeed fast. My father said that in this world, speed is the only unbeatable sword art. When my one-line sword reaches completion, I will definitely be ranked 72 in the Earth ranking. Zhuge Yun said confidently. Only speed is unbeatable. Tung Shan laughed. He didn't agree with this. Nothing was unbeatable and unbeatable. Sword art that was fast to the extreme was very scary. But when one's body was tyrannical to the extreme, even when one sword pierced the opponent's body, the opponent wouldn't be injured. How could one win? Yang to the extreme, yin to the extreme, fast to the extreme, strong to the extreme. In this world, there were tens of thousands of paths, and every path that reached the extreme was very scary. If one day I can reach 10% of my father's, then I will be able to defeat you, Qing Shan, and I will be able to move unhindered in the world. Zhuge Yun said. Zhuge Qing, who was at the side, giggled. Brother, with your temper, you practice the sword for less than 6 hours every day. You still want to catch up to father? Go and ask martial uncles. When father was young, he practiced the sword every day, and he even hugged the sword asleep. Back then, he had the title of Sword Demon. Father is much more hardworking than you. But it's strange, now father doesn't touch the sword anymore. If he's not drawing, then he's playing chess. Isn't father worried that his strength will drop? What do you know? Father's sword art has already reached an unfathomable level. Zhuge Yun's eyes had a trace of worship. Tung Shan's heart skipped a beat. How strong is sovereign Zhuge Yuanhong? Tung Shan really wanted to challenge Zhuge Yuanhong, but he hides his strength too deeply. I can't feel how strong he is at all, but the strength that Xiao Yun has shown is already strong enough. Then what about the innate rancor sovereign? Tung Shan only admired Zhuge Yun's strength, but he didn't care about it. Among the post-liminary rancors, no one could be his opponent. The ones that could threaten him were the terrifying innate rancors. Although he wanted to challenge them, Tung Shan didn't want to reveal his trump card, so he could only endure it. At night, Tung Shan was practicing his spear art in the courtyard. Phew, phew, phew. The long spear turned into a shadow, and its speed was extremely fast. The pursuing shadow spear art was originally an evolution of the collapsing fist and is of the wood attribute. It should grow and multiply endlessly. Not only does the pursuing shadow spear art need to be fast, it also needs to have the concept of growing and multiply endlessly. Tung Shan's pursuing shadow spear art also made slight improvements as he pondered and studied it. Pursuing shadow spear art, transmutation unity chi spear art, and toxic dragon drill spear art. These 3 spear arts, Tung Shan gradually perfected them. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Tung Shan kept his spear and opened the door. A male disciple of the Gui Yuan sect was standing outside the door. Tung Shan, please follow me. Sovereign wants to see you. The disciple said. Sovereign wants to see me? Tung Shan was a little surprised. Yes. The disciple nodded. Although he was puzzled, Tung Shan held his long spear and followed the disciple out of the house. They walked towards the Gui Yuan sect's core disciple area. Outside Zhuge Yuanhong's study room, Tung Shan had already arrived at the door. There was a faint light in the study room. The male disciple bowed and said, Sovereign, Tung Shan is here. After that, the male disciple left. Shan, come in. An indifferent voice came from the study room. Why is Zhuge Yuanhong looking for me? To accept me as his disciple? Tung Shan was puzzled, but he did not hesitate. He directly went forward and opened the door of the study room. Creak! When the door opened, Tung Shan saw Zhuge Yuanhong sitting in front of the desk, reading a thread-bound book. When Zhuge Yuanhong heard the door open, he put down the book and looked up with a smile. Oh, Shan, you are carrying a spear even when you come to my place. No wonder your spear art has reached such a high level at such a young age. Shan is only immersed in practicing hard. He doesn't know anything else. Tung Shan said. Zhuge Yuanhong smiled and nodded. You are neither arrogant nor rash. Very good. I was surprised that you were able to break Yun Er's one-line sword when you were sparring with him. It seems that your inner strength is much stronger than when you were competing for the Centurion position. What level have you reached in your vigor of the Reckless Bull? The 8th level, Tung Shan said. Of course, Tung Shan had mastered the 9th level. However, due to the limitation of his meridians, Tung Shan could only rely on his inner strength to instantly unleash his strength, which was equivalent to his physical strength of around 50,000 jin. However, Tung Shan did not dare to tell Zhuge Yuanhong. If he said that he had mastered the 9th level, wouldn't that mean that his 8 extraordinary meridians had been completely opened? And almost all of the 8 extraordinary meridians have been opened. Only the conception and governor meridians have not been opened yet. It seems that you had a fortuitous encounter in the past. Zhuge Yuanhong praised. It was impossible for Tung Shan to open so many meridians by himself. Furthermore, it was at the age of 17. You are able to reach the 8th level. With your spear art, you have a strength to at least be listed in the Hidden Dragon list. Zhuge Yuanhong praised, but don't be arrogant. Although your spear art is powerful, it seems that you have never learned the basics of spear art. As he said this, Zhuge Yuanhong threw the book in his hand to Tung Shan. Tung Shan caught it in surprise. He lowered his head and looked at the book. There were 4 words on the book: Ardent Flame Spear Art. This Ardent Flame Spear Art has a total of 81 moves. Each move is executed with inner strength. It is considered a good human-level secret technique. You should learn the basics of spear art. I believe that it will be beneficial to your own understanding of spear art. Zhuge Yuanhong smiled. Tung Shan was secretly happy. His spear art was completely derived from the 5-element fist. He had never learned any of the spear arts in this world. Thank you, Sovereign. Tung Shan quickly said. All right, train well. In the future, if you are able to be listed in the Hidden Dragon list or the Earth ranking, it will be the pride of my Gui Yuan sect. Zhuge Yuanhong smiled and said, All right, in a few days, your battalion will be heading to Huafeng City to guard the gold mine of my Gui Yuan sect. You should be prepared. Moreover, that Huafeng City is not far from your hometown, Yi City. If you have the chance, you should go there and take a look. Chapter 96. Okay, you can leave now. Zhuge Yuanhong smiled and ordered. Yes, sovereign. Tung Qingshan bowed slightly, and then quietly walked out of the study room. As soon as he walked out of the study room, the door closed automatically. Huh? Closing the door through the air? Tung Qingshan glanced at the door in surprise. I can't do this. Innate masters are indeed extraordinary. Although Tung Qingshan possessed an astonishing amount of strength, this great strength was unable to exert any effect in the air. Immediately, Tung Qingshan stopped thinking about it. At this moment, his heart was full of joy. I can finally go home. Tung Qingshan was a little excited. He didn't have parents in his previous life, but in this life, Tung Qingshan really missed that warm home after living in Tungjia village for so many years. After only 2 months away from home, Tung Qingshan was a little excited at the thought of going home. After all, home was the warmest place in the heart. Pushing open the courtyard door, Tung Qingshan looked at his cousin, Tung Qinghu's room. There was light coming from the window. Cousin, you haven't slept yet? You're quite diligent. Thinking of this, Tung Qingshan walked over and knocked on the door. Cousin, it's me. Qingshan, come in. Tung Qinghu said. Pushing open the door, Tung Qingshan found his cousin was sweating and constantly walking in the room with mysterious footwork. Tung Qingshan smiled and praised. Cousin, this set of footwork is the foundation of the Qing Gong crossing worlds. You must practice it to the point where your heart and footwork are as smooth as flowing water. Only then can this Qing Gong be considered to be successful. Crossing Worlds Qing Gong had a total of 3 levels. The second and third level could only be practiced by innate masters. Currently, Tung Qingshan could only practice the first level. Just after the annual sacrifice, in order to protect his cousin's life, Tung Qingshan passed the first level of crossing worlds to him. After all, her cousin's inner strength was only average, and his physical strength could only be considered passable. With such strength, he was still a long way from becoming a first-rated warrior. With this superior movement technique, he would have the capital to protect his life. However, no matter how powerful a secret manual was, it still depended on the individual. For example, Tung Qingshan was a guru in his previous life and had a high understanding of footwork. His pure physical strength allowed him to have a terrifying speed. With the addition of crossing worlds, his Qing Gong was even more amazing. If Tung Qinghu used it, it would be much weaker. Qingshan, I've practiced this footwork for more than a month, but I still feel awkward. Tung Qinghu finally stopped to rest. Awkward? That's because your realm is low. Tung Qingshan laughed. I'll wait for the day when you don't feel awkward. Moreover, he enjoyed walking this pace. He could unknowingly walk the rest of the day. Not only was he not tired, he even felt more energetic. Your foundation for the first level is complete. Tung Qinghu glared at him. You've been walking for a whole day and you're not tired? Instead, you feel more energetic? Is that true? Of course it's true. Tung Qingshan still remembered the first time he practiced the footwork of crossing worlds in his previous life. He quickly entered the state and didn't feel the slightest bit tired. Cousin, I have great news to tell you. A smile appeared on Tung Qingshan's face as he remembered the matter of returning home. What good news? Tung Qinghu's eyes brightened. In a few days, our battalion will set off to Huafeng City to guard the gold mine. Huafeng City is very close to Yi City, and on the way to Huafeng City, we will pass by Yi City. When the time comes, we can take a trip home. Tung Qingshan laughed. Even if we're guarding the gold mine, we can go back occasionally. Go home? Back to Tungjia village? Tung Qinghu was overjoyed. Haha, that's great. Whether it was Tung Qingshan or Tung Qinghu, they were born in Tungjia village and had a deep attachment to Tungjia village. All right, cousin, you practice for another hour before resting. Tung Qingshan said, and immediately turned around to leave Tung Qinghu's house. 1 hour? No problem. Tung Chinghu had been training hard since he was a child, so his willpower was very strong. Of course, he could continue to persevere at this moment. Tung Qingshan returned to his house and lit an oil lamp. When the oil lamp was lit, Tung Qingshan sat at the side and took out the secret book Ardent Flame Spear Art. The 4 strong words on the cover, Ardent Flame Spear Art, made Tung Qingshan's mood very good. Tung Qingshan immediately flipped through the book. Under the dim light of the oil lamp, Tung Qingshan's eyesight could clearly see the words. Tung Qingshan was completely immersed in the book. He flipped through the pages one by one. There were words, pictures of spear arts, and pictures of the circulation of inner strength in the meridians of the human body. So, it's similar to crossing worlds. It uses inner strength to stimulate the acupuncture points and produces a powerful, instantaneous burst of power. Tung Qingshan looked and combined it with the Crossing World's secret book. Tung Qingshan understood the principles of these spear arts and Qigong. The acupuncture points of the human body were very magical. Some acupuncture and massage stimulated the circulation of qi and blood in the body through acupuncture points. And this secret book used inner strength to stimulate the acupuncture points from the inside. It must be known that the acupuncture points of the human body were like the stars in the sky. There were many hidden acupuncture points. It was very dangerous to stimulate the acupuncture points. Because people's physical qualities were different, the endurance of the acupuncture points was different. Once the acupuncture points were stimulated, it would exceed the limit. It would damage the acupuncture points. If it was light, it would cause a great loss of power. If it was heavy, it would cause a cripple or even death. The intensity of the acupuncture points, the sequence, the effect of stimulating the acupuncture points, etc., were all very complicated. For countless years, in order to create this secret book, it was unknown how many geniuses went mad, or their power was crippled, or they died. Compared to Crossing Worlds, this Ardent Flame Spear Art is obviously much simpler to stimulate the acupuncture points. Even the degree of stimulation is much weaker. Tung Qingshan smiled. But it's so simple that I have no way to create it. Tung Qingshan still cherished this secret book. After all, this was his first spear art secret book. Creating a spear art that could be combined with inner strength was not a simple matter. The power of every move of the spear art seems to be okay. Let me try 81 moves. Tung Qingshan immediately left the house and went to the courtyard. Holding the reincarnation spear in his hand, Tung Qingshan began to practice according to the description of the Ardent Flame Spear Art. Qi. Once the long spear was used, the sound of air exploding could be heard. Combined with the use of inner strength, the seemingly simple spear art actually exploded with quite a bit of power. For example, when the back thrust was combined with the circulation of inner strength, the hidden and instantaneous explosiveness of the back thrust would immediately increase and its power would multiply. After learning each of the 81 moves seriously once, Tung Qingshan had more or less memorized them. Then, in one breath, he continuously performed 81 moves. Tung Qingshan did not stop and continued to perform 81 moves in one breath. The second time he performed it consecutively, it was obvious that he was much more familiar with it. Tung Qingshan continuously performed it for the third time. This time, Tung Qingshan's Ardent Flame Spear Art already had the concept of wielding something heavy as though it was light and could be done with ease. Tung Qingshan sheathed his spear and stood still. Practicing in one breath actually consumed 30% of my inner strength. Tung Qingshan had a smile on his face. However, the power of the combination of inner strength and moves is really not small. Some of it can obviously be used as a reference for my 5 elemental spear art. Tung Qingshan had created the 5 elemental spear art based on the 5 elemental fist. Currently, there were only 3 moves. Among the 3 moves, the pursuing shadow spear art, once performed, was as fast as a mirage and continuous. It was the most suitable spear art for group battles. The transmutation unity law spear art had an astonishing defense. The toxic dragon drill was Tung Qingshan's most terrifying move. Even the scales of the flood dragon were pierced by this move by Tung Qingshan. But Tung Qingshan's spear art had nothing to do with the stimulation of acupuncture points. I used the circulation of inner strength from the ardent flame spear art to increase speed and used it as a reference for the pursuing shadow spear art. This can make the speed of the pursuing shadow spear art even faster. Tung Qingshan was overjoyed. This ardent flame spear art actually has 81 moves. Most of the moves have similar concepts and can be completely fused into a few scattered moves. In terms of realm, Tung Qingshan had already reached an extremely high level. After practicing it a few times, he discovered that the moves of the ardent flame spear art were complicated and could be used as a reference to fuse new moves. While he was pondering, it was already late at night. When it was late at night, Tung Qingshan went to rest. But at dawn the next day, Tung Qingshan began to study the ardent flame spear art again. It looked easy, but it was difficult to do. Tung Qingshan could easily see that the concept of the 81 moves of the ardent flame spear art could be divided into 5 to 6 types. But to fuse them together was difficult. Morning exercise on the drill ground. Tung Qingshan stood alone at the edge of the drill ground, wielding the reincarnation spear. Occasionally, he would casually thrust tens of times at an extremely fast speed. Afterwards, he shook his head and continued to ponder on his own. What is Brother Qingshan doing? I don't know. I called out to him just now, but he didn't respond. Studying the spear art, he's practically possessed. Indeed, once Tung Qingshan immersed himself in a certain matter, he would truly be possessed. Every day, besides eating and resting, he would spend all his time on the spear art. In these 81 simple moves, Tung Qingshan broke apart and crushed each move. He studied them carefully and continuously comprehended the concept. This ardent flame spear art has 81 moves. It should be mainly divided into 5 types of concepts. If I succeed, I should be able to fuse them into 5 moves. In the evening, Tung Qingshan was in his own courtyard. A smile appeared on his face. Speaking of which, these 5 concepts all belong to the fire attribute. If one day I am able to fuse these 5 moves into one, my cannon fist should be able to successfully evolve into a spear art. In the process of pondering, Tung Qingshan discovered that the more he studied the ardent flame spear art, the more he comprehended the fire attribute cannon fist. This was a mutual promotion. Because of his high attainment in the cannon fist, Tung Qingshan was able to deeply study the ardent flame spear art. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Night. Chi. 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 In the dark of the night, rays of cold light suddenly appeared in the courtyard. Under the illumination of the moonlight, the dense cold light covered an area of 3 chi. The large amount of cold light formed a blooming flame flower. Sheathing the spear, a trace of a smile appeared on Tung Qingshan's face. I have finally created the first move of the ardent flame spear art. This is the most dreamy and bewitching move. I shall name this move Silver Flower. After spending 3 days of effort, in addition to his achievement in the fire attribute cannon fist, Tung Qingshan had finally created the first move, Silver Flower of the Fire Tree. Qingshan. Tung Qinghu walked out from the house. Cousin. Tung Qingshan smiled. You still haven't rested? I just finished practicing my footwork. That's right. Tomorrow, we will be leaving for Huafeng City. We can go back and take a look. I'm so excited that I can't sleep. Tung Qinghu said excitedly. Leaving tomorrow? Who said that? How come I didn't know about it? Tung Qingshan asked doubtfully. It was announced during the morning exercise this morning. Lord Commander announced it publicly. Everyone heard it, but you didn't? Tung Qinghu asked doubtfully. It was announced this morning? Tung Qingshan smiled. He had been immersed in thinking about spear arts for the entire day. Even when he was eating, his mind was filled with spear arts. How could he listen to what others said? Unless someone came close to him to disturb him, otherwise, Tung Qingshan would ignore them. Naturally, he didn't pay attention to this news. So we are leaving tomorrow. Chapter 97. The next morning on the drill ground. The cold air of early spring shrouded the drill ground. At the front of the drill ground, there were many cavalrymen. At first glance, the cavalrymen were all black. They stood there like a deep black pool. The thick, killing intent made people hold their breath. Lord Commander, the troops of our battalion have all arrived. Bai Chi was wearing a cold steel heavy armor and holding a black spear that was nearly 3 meters long. Below him was an extremely handsome scarlet blood horse that was more than 9 feet tall. Let's go. The black-robed, silver-haired old man, who was also the first commander of the 4 commanders, Lord Ji Hong, said coldly. Let's go, Shirasaki Commandant ordered. The dense cavalrymen behind him moved. The 500 soldiers all wore high-quality heavy armor and held long spears. They sat on black Vane's horses that were worth 1,000 taels of silver. The 5 centurions leading the troops all wore red, iron-heavy armor and held long spears. They sat on azure, treading snow horses that were worth 5,000 taels of silver. Under the leadership of Shirasaki Commandant and the 5 centurions, the 1st and 3rd Battalion of the Black Armored Corps quickly left Jiangning County City. They followed the main road and rushed towards Huafeng City. On the official road about 80 miles away from Jiangning County City. Jia, Jia, Jia. More than 10 horses galloped on the road, stirring up a lot of dust. Grandpa, why do we have to escape? Don't tell me that thief dares to kill us in the county city. A young man rode on a horse and asked the old man who was galloping beside him. The old man sighed. Danshan, you don't understand. If we don't escape, our Yin family will really be finished. Your father trusted that Wang Fong too much. Not only did he fall into Wang Fong's big scam, but he also has something on him. Your father's business is finished. He still owes Wang Fong 500,000 taels of silver. 500,000 taels of silver. Even if we give him all our savings, it won't be enough. Moreover, our Yin family doesn't owe him anything. It was this evil wolf who schemed against our Yin family. We can only escape from Jiangning County and go somewhere else. The young man was silent. He did not know what was going on. In Jiangning County City, the Yin family was a wealthy merchant family. He, Yin Danshan, had never had to worry about food or clothing. When he was young, he entered Qinghu Island and became a disciple of Qinghu Island. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing when he returned to his hometown to visit his relatives. His Yin family was finished. His father's business was finished. Now, he could only take the family's assets and leave Jiangning County. According to the rules of his family, Yin Danshan was supposed to return home from Qinghu Island after he became an adult and start his business. When Yin Danshan was in Qinghu Island, he practiced martial arts diligently. Among the group of youngsters, he was considered to be quite skilled. When Yin Danshan had nothing to do, she imagined that when she returned home to do business, she would get a few beautiful maids and a few guards. Then, she would be able to do business in a stable manner. She would be able to maintain her ancestral property and live a comfortable life. But now, it seemed that Yin Danshan's fate was about to change. Father, Yin Danshan looked at the man who was riding at the front of the group. That was his father, Yin Xing. He was a very shrewd businessman. Who would have thought that he would suffer such a huge setback this time? Just one setback caused the Yin family's hard work to go down the drain, leaving only a little of the family's assets. Just when this youngster's mind was in a mess. Huh, Master Yin, where are you going in such a hurry? A hearty laughter echoed in the sky. The faces of the Yin family's men who were riding at the front immediately changed. They saw war horses galloping out from behind the weeds at the fork in the road. The man in the lead had long hair draped over his shoulders. He had a strong body and held a dark red long saber that was nearly 5 feet long. The man with disheveled hair laughed and said, Ha, Master Yin, you still want to escape with your money? At least 100 mounted gangsters had appeared. Mounted gangsters? Someone from the Yin family exclaimed. There were only a dozen of them. How could they fight against 100 fierce mounted gangsters? Run. The Yin family's men didn't slow down. They madly rode their horses and wanted to escape. Ha ha! Us brothers have been waiting for Master Yin. Another loud laughter was heard. Another group of nearly 100 mounted gangsters rushed out from the corner in front of them. The Yin family's men immediately pulled the reins. Master, big brother. Many people looked towards the Yin family steward, Yin Danshan's father, Yin Xing. There were mounted gangsters blocking their way in front and mounted gangsters chasing them from behind. What should they do? Brothers, please spare my Yin family. I'm grateful. Brothers, how much money do you want? Just say it, Yin Xing said loudly. At this point, they could only use money to buy their lives. Oh, Master Yin, how much money can you afford? The leader of the mounted gangsters with disheveled hair laughed and said, We have so many brothers. If each of us marries a woman and raises children, it will be a waste of money. Here are 50,000 taels of silver notes. Yin Xing took out a thick stack of silver notes from his bosom. Brothers, if you spare my family, these silver notes will be yours. The Yin family's men looked at the mounted gangsters. They didn't want to risk their lives. After all, there were too many of them. TSK, TSK. How generous. The leader of the mounted gangsters smiled. But I am a bit greedy. Yin Xing gritted his teeth. My Yin family's gold and silver are all yours. Please let the Yin family live. Otherwise, once these silver notes are torn, they will be worthless. Yin Xing's tone was threatening. At most, he would tear the silver notes, and the mounted gangsters wouldn't get their money. Huh? The leader of the mounted gangsters sneered. Master Yin, the gold and silver you brought should be your family savings. Of course, the money hidden in your house is real money. You can destroy the silver notes, but can you destroy real money? Yin Xing's face changed. Indeed, when he escaped this time, he placed gold bars behind the horse. These were all from his Yin family's mansion. Of course, the mansion wouldn't use silver notes. Us brothers not only want your money, but also Master Wang's money. If we don't kill you, how can we get Master Wang's money? So all of you must die. The leader of the mounted gangsters laughed. Master Wang also told us to bring a message to your Master Yin. Big brother, have a safe journey. Yin Xing's face turned purple with anger. He screamed, Second brother Wang, even if I die, I will not let you go. Brothers kill. The leader of the mounted gangsters suddenly shouted. Instantly, two groups of people, nearly 200 mounted gangsters, rushed towards the dozen people. Yin Xing roared angrily. At the same time, he pulled out the saber from his waist. Father, take Danshan and escape. Yin Xing roared and immediately rushed forward. Nearly 200 mounted gangsters rushed forward. How could these dozen people escape? Pucci. The young men of the Yin family were killed one by one. There were only 4 people who knew internal strength. Yin Xing, his third brother, Yin Danshan, and Yin Danshan's grandfather. Mother! Yin Danshan screamed. He dodged the mounted gangster's saber and pierced the throat of the mounted gangster with his sword. His mother, who didn't know internal strength, was killed by the mounted gangsters in the first wave. Yin Xing was like a madman. He was stabbed 3 times in a row, but he was still crazily killing. Father, take Danshan and escape. Yin Xing tried his best to protect his son and father so that they could escape. Ever since he fell into a scam, when he finally realized that his business was finished, he was filled with regret. Many times he thought of suicide. The remorseful Yin Xing was no longer afraid of death. All he wanted was for his son to live. Danshan go! Yin Xing roared. Danshan go! His grandfather also shouted. Father! Although Yin Danshan was in pain, he was still pulled by his grandfather. They rushed out of the crowd and ran towards the west. Pucci! Pucci! A saber pierced through Yin Xing's chest. Another saber slashed across Yin Xing's head. His head was sent flying. Yin Danshan, who was running away, turned around and saw this scene. The mounted gangsters only rushed for a few breaths. Yin Danshan and his grandfather were the only ones left in the Yin family. Trying to escape? Many mounted gangsters chased after them. Father, mother, uncle. Yin Danshan, who had always lived like a prince, had never thought that such a scene would happen. He looked back and saw the roaring mounted gangsters waving their blood-stained sabers. They were riding war horses and were chasing after them. The mounted gangsters rode horses all year round and were skilled in horsemanship. "Danshin, run!" his grandfather shouted. He held a long sword and tried to stop the mounted gangsters. "Grandfather!" Yin Danshin's face changed. At this moment, the ground shook violently. "Huh?" The leader of the bandits suddenly turned his head and saw a mighty black flood rushing over from afar. Every single one of them was wearing black heavy armor and riding on black armored war horses. Each war horse was 8 feet tall, and every cavalryman was holding a long spear in his hand. That terrifying speed was like a roaring torrent of steel. "Black Armored Corps!" The mounted gangster leader's face changed. He shouted, "Disperse, brothers, disperse." But many of the mounted gangsters didn't have time to react. The Black Armored Corps, who were originally hundreds of feet away, rushed over in a few breaths' time. The mighty Black Armored Corps didn't slow down at all. They rushed through the mounted gangsters as if they were crushing ants. Every now and then, the cold light of a long spear took away lives. "This is..." Yin Danshan looked at the terrifying army that seemed to have descended from the sky. "Black Armored Corps. It's the Black Armored Corps." Yin Danshan's grandfather was overjoyed. Then, his face changed. "Danshan, go to the side." It was normal for the Black Armored Corps to kill them along the way. But it was too late. The speed of the Black Armored Corps was too fast. From crushing the mounted gangsters to rushing in front of Yin Danshan and his grandfather, it took less than a breath's time. Ooh! A black long spear pierced through. Yin Danshan and his grandfather were completely stunned by the mighty Black Armored Corps' murderous aura. They didn't even have the thought of resisting. Under the momentum of the Black Armored Army's onslaught, it was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. Even the warriors didn't have any thoughts of resisting. Pong! That long spear suddenly turned and shook twice in front of Yin Danshan and the old man. Yin Danshan and his grandfather were sent flying to the side of the field. I didn't die." Yin Danshan was stunned for a while. His grandfather was also stunned. A Black Armored Corps knight wearing dark red heavy armor pulled the reins and stopped at the side with a long spear in his hand. Yin Danshan looked at the knight in a daze. He remembered that it was this knight who sent the two of them flying with his spear. "You two, hurry up and leave. Don't get killed by the surviving mounted gangsters." The knight smiled faintly. "Brother Qing Shan, don't talk nonsense with them. Hurry up and leave." Another knight wearing dark red heavy armor shouted, "Go!" Immediately, the knight who spoke also rode his horse and left quickly. The grandfather looked at the Black Armored Corps, leaving and sighed. How lucky. Danshan, that's the Black Armored Corps of the Gui Yuan sect. If the Black Armored Corps meets ordinary people on the way, they will slow down and not hurt them. But if they meet bandits or mounted gangsters, they will kill them all. This is also training for the troops. Looking back at the few surviving mounted gangsters with pale faces, he said, "Danshan, let's go quickly." Black Armored Corps, Brother Qing Shan. That knight is called Qing Shan? Yin Danshan murmured. Immediately, under his grandfather's urging, he and his grandfather rode on some of the horses that escaped into the field and fled. Chapter 98. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The dense sounds of horse hooves could be heard. Like a black dragon, a cavalry unit advanced at an extremely fast speed on the official road. The sergeants of the Black Armored Army moved forward in an orderly manner in groups of 100. The 100th unit was at the front, while the 500th unit was at the back. The sergeants had to move forward in an orderly manner, but the 5 centurions and the commandant could patrol the front, back, and surroundings of the unit. Brother Tian Dan, when our Black Armored Corps encounters bandits on the road, we directly kill them. Tung Qingshan was still a little surprised at the reaction of the entire Black Armored Corps just now. More than an hour after leaving Jiangning County City, they encountered the previous battle. Shirasaki Commandant only shouted, "Kill!" The entire Black Armored Corps did not hesitate at all. As if they were crushing a group of ants, they charged through the group of over 100 bandits. Brother Qin Shan, another centurion, Tian Dan, stood shoulder to shoulder with Tung Qin Shan. He smiled and said, "This is your first time bringing an army out. Don't you know the rules of our Black Armored Corps? When our Black Armored Corps marches, we kill all bandits we encounter without mercy. Furthermore, it can also be used as training. These bandits used to rob and kill ordinary people in the past. It is only right for us to kill them." Tung Qin Shan smiled and nodded. He did not have a good impression of bandits. Men had strength and courage. Why would they engage in the shady business of robbing and robbing? But Brother Qin Shan, you are really kind-hearted. You actually saved that old man and the young man just now. Tian Dan said. At that time, Tian Dan clearly saw that Tung Qin Shan wasn't at the very front at the beginning. However, later on, in order to save the old man and the young man, Tung Qin Shan immediately sped up on his horse and rushed to the front, sending the old man and the young man flying. If Tung Qin Shan had been any slower, the two of them would have been stabbed to death by the Black Armored Corps. After all, an ordinary Black Armored Corps soldier would not be able to send two people flying in an instant while sprinting at such a high speed. I saw those bandits chasing after the old man and the youth from afar. To me, it was just a casual attack, and I didn't need to waste too much energy. As for the old man and the teen, their lives were saved. Why wouldn't I? Tung Qin Shan said, while riding on the azure-treading snow horse. Tian Dan also laughed when he heard that. Amidst the laughter, the Black Armored Corps advanced at top speed. They set off early in the morning, and now the sun was high in the sky. On the official road, the Black Armored Corps advanced without stopping. It's the Black Armored Corps. Get out of the way. When they saw the Black Armored Corps from afar, some merchants and passers-by quickly ran to the side of the official road, afraid that they would be trampled to death by the Black Armored Corps if they blocked the road. Tung Qin Shan rode on the warhorse, his gaze sweeping across the passers-by on the roadside. Those passers-by were either frightened or in awe. None of them even dared to straighten their backs and look directly at the Black Armored Corps. In the face of the murderous aura of the Black Armored Corps, those passers-by's faces turned even paler. There's still blood on the spearhead. There's still minced meat on the armor of the horse's hooves. The passers-by discussed softly, becoming even more frightened. The Black Armored Corps whizzed past and quickly left. When I entered East City with my father and the others, we were still worried about encountering bandits on the way. But now, it's the bandits who are afraid of encountering us. Along the way, Tung Qin Shan also realized that the Black Armored Corps was tyrannical. Along the way, no one dared to block the way, and no one dared to advance in front of the Black Armored Corps. This was the military might of the Black Armored Corps. No one dared to stop them. Qinghu, we have already entered the boundary of East City. In a moment, our battalion will enter East City, eat lunch, and rest for a while. You and I will go home for lunch later. Then, we will gather with the army. Tung Qin Shan rode his warhorse to Tung Qinghu's side and said, "Yes, I haven't been home for a long time." Tung Qinghu was also looking forward to it. To go to East City, they would follow the main road. To return to Tongjia village, they would take a detour along the foot of the Great Yin Mountain and arrive at Tongjia village. Jia, Tung Qin Shan urged his horse and rushed to the front. Shiraseki Commandant, who was at the front, glanced at Tung Qin Shan, who had caught up from behind, and couldn't help but frown. "Lord Commandant," Tung Qin Shan said. "Oh, Qin Shan, what's the matter?" Shiraseki Commandant said with a smile. "Lord Commandant, there's a fork in the road ahead. My home is within the boundary of East City. I'm going to go home with my cousin first. Lord Commandant, you guys can have lunch and rest in East City. When the time comes, my cousin and I will gather with the army. I haven't been home for a while, and I'm really homesick," Tung Qin Shan said with a smile. Shiraseki Commandant frowned. Tung Qin Shan continued. "The sovereign has given his permission for this matter." Zhuge Yuanhong had indeed mentioned this matter, which was why Tung Qin Shan dared to say it. "The sovereign has given his permission?" Shiraseki Commandant's face darkened, and he scolded. "Qin Shan, all the minor matters of the Black Armored Corps are handled by the officers at all levels. The sovereign doesn't care about them. Only the major matters will be presided over by the sovereign. Small matters like you going home are under my control. You have just entered the Black Armored Corps, and this is your first time leading an army, and you want to disregard military discipline? Tung Shan frowned. This Shirasaki commandant was going to make things difficult for him again. Lord Commandant, previously there were 3 soldiers who went home to visit their families. Tung Shan said. They were only going to defend the city. Taking advantage of the lunch break to go back was just a small matter. They are ordinary soldiers, Shirasaki Commandant shouted. And you are a centurion. You should set an example. How can you be so casual? At the same time, they're also old soldiers. They haven't been back for a year and a half. How long have you been away from home? 17 years old. You haven't grown up yet. A man's ambition is to travel far. How can you always be homesick? This Shirasaki commandant spoke with a tone of superiority, casually reprimanding Tung Shan. Tung Shan's face darkened. These are not for you to discipline, Lord Commandant. I don't care about these, but whether or not you leave the army is under my control. Veterans can temporarily visit their families, but newcomers are not allowed to go back, Shirasaki Commandant said coldly. Tung Shan, if you dare to disobey military orders during the march, I can order for you to be arrested. I can kick you out of the Black Armored Corps. I can even kill you on the spot. Tung Shan was enraged, but he had to endure it. This bastard, using a chicken feather as a token of authority. Tung Shan was also aware of the military discipline of the Black Armored Corps. During the march and the execution of a mission, anyone who disobeyed military orders had the authority to be killed. It was not strange for there to be such a military order. After all, during the critical moment of the execution of a mission, there was no room for disrupting military discipline. But this time, it was just an ordinary garrison mission. Tung Shan, the next time you execute a mission, I won't stop you if you want to visit your family. But this time you can't, Shirasaki Commandant said in a sincere and heartfelt tone. You have to learn to grow up. How can a man always be homesick? Tung Shan did not say anything. He pulled the reins, and the horse slowed down, falling behind the army. Seeing Tung Shan retreat, Shirasaki Commandant sneered in his heart. You want to fight with me? You're an outsider, and you're prepared to be a centurion under me for the rest of your life. I'll suppress you for the rest of your life. When he first saw Tung Shan in the limelight, Shirasaki was a little jealous. But when he saw the close relationship between Miss Qing and Tung Shan, Shirasaki was burning with jealousy. A higher-ranking official could suppress a person to death. It was indeed very easy for Shirasaki to deal with Tung Shan. In the name of military discipline, Tung Shan had nothing to say, unless Tung Shan did not want to work in the Black Armored Corps anymore. Tung Shan and Tung Qinghu rode side by side on their horses. Shan, what's wrong? Tung Qinghu asked. You don't look too good. This time we can't go home. Tung Shan's face did not look too good. What's going on? Tung Qinghu was anxious. These few days, the 2 brothers have been looking forward to going home. It's that Shirasaki. He's using military discipline to suppress me. Tung Shan shook his head and said, Qinghu, although this Shirasaki's words are too much, we stubbornly disobeyed his orders. That's disobeying a military order. He has the right to order us to be killed on the spot. So, we can only endure for now and go back after a while. Tung Qinghu was so angry that his teeth itched, but there was nothing he could do. Disobeying military discipline was a big crime. East City. The 500 soldiers of the Black Armored Corps rode on their war horses and marched majestically on the spacious street. On the street, no matter if it was the carriages of the rich merchants or the war horses of the warriors, they were all moved to the side of the street. No one dared to block the path of the Black Armored Corps. For a moment, even the hawkers did not dare to advertise for business. Stop! Under Shirasaki Commandant's order, everyone stopped. At the front of the street, there was an elegant man wearing a white robe. There were many soldiers behind him. Shirasaki Commandant, haha, it's been a long time. The elegant man cupped his hands, and said. Shirasaki Commandant jumped off his horse and also cupped his hands with a smile. Brother Yang, we haven't seen each other for a year. Brother, you've been living a carefree life, but us brothers have had to endure the wind and the sun. I know it's been hard on you, brothers. The banquet has been prepared in the 4 surrounding restaurants. The elegant man smiled. Immediately, the group of black armored corps dismounted and began to eat in the 4 restaurants. These 4 restaurants were completely booked. There was not a single customer inside. The 8 soldiers of the black armored corps sat around a table, filling up the 4 large restaurants. Tung Shan and the other 4 centurions also gathered at the same table. As for Shirasaki Commandant, he was eating with the lord of each city. In the private room, Tung Shan and the other 4 centurions sat together. Brother Shan, that Shirasaki Commandant looks down on us outsiders. Don't mind him. He's such a narrow-minded person. A bald man with a slightly larger build said to Tung Shan with a smile while drinking wine. Old dude, I don't think it's that simple. That Shirasaki is interested in Lady Qing? Can't you guys tell? Tian Dan said. It must be because Lady Qing and Brother Shan are close. That Shirasaki is jealous. That's why he's targeting Brother Shan. Isn't it just a garrison mission? Is it worth making a big fuss over? Tung Shan drank wine and had a plan in his mind. Last time, he didn't allow Qinghu to dispatch me, so I gave in. It seems like he thinks I'm easy to bully because I'm young. He's taking advantage of me. After all, Tung Shan was a person who had lived 2 lives. The more I give in, the more he'll go overboard. It seems like I have to find a chance to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, I'll have to suffer in the future. Also, I can't break the military rules and teach him a lesson. He won't be able to say anything. Tung Shan thought for a while and came up with a plan. Chapter 99. After the 500 sergeants of the Black Armored Army finished their lunch, they rested for more than an hour before leaving E-City and continuing on their journey. In one breath, they traveled over 300 li and finally arrived at their destination at dusk, the Tielian Mountain outside of Huafeng City, where the gold mine was located. Tielian Mountain was a large mountain with a circumference of nearly 10 li. Of course, it was much smaller than the Great Yin Mountain. However, Tielian Mountain contained a rich gold mine, which was the biggest source of income for the Gui Yuan sect. At the foot of Tielian Mountain, a mighty group of several hundred people gathered. The 2 people in the lead had similar appearances. They were welcoming the 500 black armored corps soldiers from Jiangning County. "Ha, shitty Shirasaki." From afar, one of the 2 people in the lead shouted in a clear voice. Shirasaki Commandant finally arrived with the 500 soldiers. Shitty Gui Tao, shitty Gui Qing. Shirasaki also jumped off the horse and cupped his hands with a smile. Gui Tao and Gui Qing were brothers over 40 this year. They were the famous Gui clan's twin blades of the Gui Yuan sect. The younger brother, Gui Tao, was a commandant of the Black Armored Corps. He had already reached the peak of the post-liminary realm, and his strength was astonishing. The elder brother, Gui Qing, was the governor of Huafeng City, and his strength was not inferior to his younger brother. The grandfather of the 2 brothers was an elder of the Gui Yuan sect, and his strength was unfathomable. These 2 people were the mainstays of the Gui clan. Within the Gui Yuan sect, there were many disciples of the Gui clan. Ordinary people did not dare to bully the disciples of the Gui clan. Shitty Shirasaki, these war horses can't go up the mountain. Leave them to me for the time being. Gui Qing smiled. Haha, for the next 3 months, I will need Shitty's help to take care of these horses. Shirasaki said. Of course. Gui Qing waved his hand, and many soldiers behind him immediately ran over to take the horses. More than 500 war horses were gathered at the foot of the mountain, and some soldiers of Huafeng City helped to take care of them. Let's go up the mountain. Immediately, Tung Shan and the group all went up the mountain. Tung Shan walked together with the other 4 centurions. This Tielian Mountain is the greatest treasure of our Gui Yuan sect. Even Qinghu Island covets this treasure mountain. However, it's useless even if they covet it. This treasure mountain is in our Jiangning County. Du Hong, the oldest of the 5 centurions, praised, "There is gold hidden in this mountain." "Gold is nothing. There's a small purple gold mine in the depths of the mine," said the tall and skinny Wan Fanxiang. "Purple gold mine?" Tung Qingshan asked, "What's that?" On the way, Tung Qingshan learned about the situation of the Tianyan gold mine, but he didn't know about the purple gold mine. Next to him, Tian Dan said, "Brother Qingshan, this gold mine covers a large area. Of course, it's not easy to find gold. There's a place in the depths of the mine. There's no gold there, but there's purple gold." Purple gold. Legend has it that the heavenly sword that the celestial emperor of Qinling used to rule the world was made of purple gold. TSK. One tael of purple gold is equivalent to 100 taels of gold. Purple gold is very heavy. That heavenly sword must weigh over 100 jin of purple gold. That's 100,000 taels of gold. That's a priceless treasure. Even if the celestial emperor of Qinling's weapon was made of scrap iron, it's still a priceless treasure, said someone next to him. Actually, purple gold is not very suitable to be used as a weapon. Although the celestial emperor of Qinling had the heavenly sword, he used his hands as a weapon. The heavenly sword only represents his status. In terms of hardness, purple gold is worse than dark steel. However, purple gold symbolizes a respected status. Some rich merchants or the leaders of various sects also like to use purple gold. "That's very prestigious," said the tall and skinny Wan Fanxiang. Hearing this, Tung Qingshan benefited a lot. The reason why purple gold was precious was because of its prestige. Since ancient times, only Emperor Yu and the celestial emperor of Qinling unified the world. Emperor Yu built the 9 cauldrons, and the 9 cauldrons became the symbol of the 9 prefectures. Everyone worshipped them. As for the celestial emperor of Qinling, he used the rare purple gold to forge the heavenly sword to rule the world. That purple gold was extremely precious. Using purple gold would give one face. Junior Marshal Brother Shirasaki, I heard that in this centurion competition, there's a 16-year-old boy called Tung Qingshan. Oh, he should be 17 now. He defeated many people in a row. Even the proud disciple of Senior Wei Wuya, Yu Song, was defeated by him. I heard that he's in your camp. The voice coming from the front made Tung Qingshan raise his head. Shirasaki and the Gue brothers were walking together. At this moment, Shirasaki turned around and walked over with the Gue brothers. "Senior Marshal Brother, you already know these 4. This newcomer is Tung Qingshan." Shirasaki pointed at Tung Qingshan and said, "Qingshan, this is the Lord of Huafeng City, Lord Gue Qing, and this is Commandant Gue Tao." When the Lord of Huafeng City, Gue Qing, saw Tung Qingshan, he immediately smiled enthusiastically and said, "Brother Qingshan, I've heard of your great name even in Huafeng City. Ha! You're the same age as Junior Marshal Brother Yin, but your strength is also so shocking. In my opinion, in the future, my Gue Yuan sect will have to rely on Junior Marshal Brother Yin, you, and Junior Marshal Brother Zongfeng." Shirasaki Commandant's face immediately darkened. "Brother, Junior Marshal Brother Shirasaki's strength has advanced by leaps and bounds. I heard that his 9 spears facing the morning sun is almost at the mastery stage. His strength is almost on par with Junior Marshal Brother Zongfeng," Gue Tao Commandant said with a smile. Shirasaki Commandant then said with a smile, "A few days ago, when I was watching the rising sun at Longgang, I had an epiphany of this 9 spears facing the morning sun. I've already seen through the final difficulty of this 9 spears facing the morning sun. If I spend some more time practicing, I'll be able to master it. Of course, compared to Senior Marshal Brother Zongfeng, I'm still a bit lacking." Although he spoke modestly, there was a hint of pride on his face. After comprehending the 9 spears facing the morning sun, Shirasaki was quite proud of himself. In his opinion, even if he was compared to the number 1 of the younger generation, Commander Zongfeng, it would be about the same. However, in order to be a bit more humble, he didn't dare to say it was too slow. "Oh, Then, congratulations, Junior Marshal Brother. Gue Tao and Gue Qing were both a bit surprised. That's right, Junior Marshal Brother. How should we arrange to guard the gold mine? Gue Tao said, this matter should be settled tonight. Tomorrow morning, my battalion will return to Jiangning County. Of course. Shirasaki turned around and ordered Tian Dan, you will lead 100 soldiers under your command and be in charge of the first area of the gold mine. Yes. Tian Dan bowed. Du Hong, you will lead 100 soldiers under your command and be in charge of the second area in the south of the gold mine. Yes. Du Hong bowed. Lu Han, you will lead 100 soldiers under your command and be in charge of the third area in the west of the gold mine. Yes. The short Lu Ha bowed. Wan Fanxiang, you will lead 100 soldiers under your command and be in charge of the fourth area, the last area in the gold mine. Yes. The tall and skinny Wan Fanxiang bowed. At this time, out of the 5 centurions, only Tung Qingshan hadn't received an appointment. Gue Qing, who was at the side, said in surprise, Junior Marshal Brother, you plan to let Brother Qingshan lead the troops and be in charge of the purple gold mine? This is Brother Qingshan's first time leading troops and also his first time being stationed there. He isn't familiar with it yet. I think we should change it to someone else. No need. Qingshan is quite strong. I believe he will do well. Shirasaki Commandant looked at Tung Qingshan. Qingshan, right? Tung Qingshan cupped his hands and accepted the order. The next day, Commandant Nague Tao led the 500 soldiers under his command and set off for Jiangning County City. As for Tung Qingshan's troops, they were stationed at Tianlian Mountain. In fact, other than the Black Armor Corps soldiers, there were also nearly 1,000 soldiers from Huafeng City and East City to assist in the garrison. However, the responsibility of the Purple Gold Mine was too great. Ordinary soldiers were not allowed to interfere. In the eyes of the Gue Yuan sect, the Black Armored Corps was the most trustworthy. Early in the morning, Tung Qingshan was walking on Tianlian Mountain. There were many Black Armored Corps soldiers, and hard workers panning for gold. Purple gold is extremely valuable. 1 tael of purple gold is equivalent to 100 taels of gold, which is equivalent to 10,000 taels of silver. Ordinary civilians can only earn 10 to 20 taels of silver a year. 1 tael of purple gold is something they can't earn in their entire lives. Purple gold moves people's hearts. There are many who risk their lives for purple gold. Tung Qingshan completely understood that being stationed at the Purple Gold Mine was an unlucky job after a day of being stationed there. It was very tiring. If you protected it well and didn't make any mistakes, that was your duty. There wouldn't be any rewards. However, if something went wrong, it would be your dereliction of duty and you would be punished. Therefore, the Purple Gold Mine was a hot potato. Being in charge of guarding this place was a hard job. This Shirasaki seems to be targeting me. Tung Qingshan squinted his eyes and sped up towards the east. Sir, the soldiers and Black Armored Corps soldiers at the side bowed respectfully when they saw Tung Qingshan. Tung Qingshan nodded his head slightly and continued to move forward. As a martial artist, he had to train hard every day. If he wanted to gain a foothold in this world, he had to rely on his own strength. Morning training had almost become a habit of the Black Armored Corps soldiers. Of course, the centurions and commandant would also train in the morning. Old Du, although your spear is powerful, it's still lacking in speed. You still have to train hard. A complacent laughter could be heard coming from the east. When Tung Qingshan heard it, he could tell that it was the voice of Lieutenant Bai Qi. When he got closer, Tung Qingshan saw, in the distance, the other 4 centurions and Shirasaki Commandant were all there. Du Hong was lying on the ground. He was supporting himself with his spear and seemed to have injured his leg. Spar. Tung Qingshan laughed. In the Black Armored Corps, the centurions, commandant, and commanders were all first-rated warriors. In order to increase their strength, the Black Armored Corps allowed the centurions, commandant, and commanders to spar with each other. Of course, there was one condition: they were not allowed to kill. Qingshan, we're already training in the morning. Why are you only here now? Dan shouted from afar. Among the 5 commanders, he had the best relationship with Tung Shan. I practiced my spear art for a while. Tung Shan held his reincarnation spear and walked over. He smiled at Shirasaki Commandant and said, Shirasaki Commandant's spear art is indeed powerful. Even Oldu is no match for you. I heard that Lord Commandant has mastered the 9 spears of the morning sun. I wonder if you dare to spar with me? Tung Shan's voice was loud and clear. Many of the Black Armored Corps sergeants, ordinary soldiers, and some laborers heard it. Dare or not. Dare and willing were 2 different meanings. Tung Shan's question was too provocative. If Shirasaki Commandant did not agree, it meant that he did not dare to spar with Tung Shan. If a warrior did not have courage, he would be laughed at in the Black Armored Corps. Brother Shan is really ruthless. Dan and the other 3 Centurions snickered. Many of the Black Armored Corps sergeants' eyes lit up when they saw this scene. Shirasaki Commandant, did he dare or not? Shirasaki Commandant's face turned red. He laughed and said, Tung Shan, you defeated many people in the Centurion competition at such a young age. It's normal for you to be arrogant. But today, as Commandant, I will let you know that there is always someone better. Chapter 100. Then, Sir Commandant, please show me what you've got. Tung Shan cupped his hands and said. Shirasaki Commandant sneered. Tung Shan, you've lived in the mountains since you were young. I'm afraid the number of powerful spear techniques you've seen can be counted on one hand. Today, I'll show you the power of this superior spear technique. Shirasaki Commandant laughed maniacally, then walked to an open space not far away. I'm looking forward to it. Tung Shan smiled and walked to the open space, holding his spear with one hand, waiting for the battle. At this time, many of the Black Armored Corps sergeants approached. Shan and Shirasaki Commandant's duel. Tung Hu ran over. His eyes lit up as he looked over. It's true. This Shirasaki and Shan, Hu, you're here. Do you think Sir Shan can win? Yes, don't worry. Shan will definitely win. Just watch. The sergeants discussed softly among themselves. There were over 100 people scattered around. Being stationed in the mountains was very boring. The duel between Shirasaki Commandant and Tung Shan attracted everyone's attention. This Tung Shan actually dared to provoke me today. This brat just came to the Black Armored Corps, and he already seduced junior sister Ching. He really thinks he's a genius. Amazing. I must teach him a lesson today. At the very least, I'll make him lie in bed for a month or 2. I'll let him know how powerful I am. Shirasaki Commandant's chest was burning with anger, but he didn't dare to take the opportunity to kill Tung Shan. This was because the Black Armored Corps had a rule that forbade killing during a duel. Tung Shan, are you ready? Shirasaki Commandant was dressed in black and held a black spear in his hand. He was full of arrogance. Lord Commandant, feel free to make your move. Let me see how amazing Lord Commandant's means are. Tung Shan, who was also dressed in black, said with a smile while holding a spear. The sarcasm in her words made Shirasaki Commandant even angrier. With a cold snort, Shirasaki Commandant stomped on the ground with his right foot, and his entire body darted several feet away like an arrow. He thrust the spear in his hand forward like a venomous snake sticking out its tongue, and thrust it straight towards Tung Shan's chest with an ear-piercing sound of air explosion. Faced with this move, Tung Shan smiled. Who? Tung Shan held the spear in his right hand and carried it behind his back. With a tap of his feet, he dodged to the side and easily dodged the spear. Attack! Shirasaki Commandant shouted angrily. At the same time, he swept the spear in his hand. Tung Shan quickly leaped and then stepped on the shaft of Shirasaki's spear with his right foot. He leaped up and laughed at the same time. Lord Commandant, your subordinate strength is average, but I can't be hurt by such superficial spear techniques. You'd better show me some powerful spear techniques. Shirasaki was furious. He took 3 consecutive steps and crossed a distance of nearly 10 feet. Puff! In the blink of an eye, the spear pierced a distance of 10 feet. The sound of air explosion was like rolling thunder, and even some of the surrounding dead branches and leaves flew up. Watch this move of mine. Tung Shan smiled. He finally made his move. Who? In an instant, the spear transformed into thousands of phantoms. Clang! 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 After a few consecutive clashing sounds, Shiraseki Commandant's spear was deflected to the side. Facing the incoming spear phantoms, Shiraseki Commandant was so scared that he fell to the ground. At the same time, he used his left hand to support himself and flew backward. Puchi! One of the spear phantoms hit Shirasaki's chest. However, Shirasaki still used his left hand to support himself and used the force to escape far away. That spearhead phantom is like a flame. Such a fast spear. The people who watched this scene were amazed. Facing Shirasaki Commandant's attack, Tung Shan didn't even use his spear at the beginning. He only dodged. But when he used his spear, the first move put Shirasaki Commandant at a disadvantage. Shirasaki slammed a tree beside him and used the force to stand up. The chest area of his black clothes was already torn, revealing the white underwear inside. Shirasaki was in a sorry state. He stared fiercely at Tung Shan in the distance. Such a fast spear. I didn't expect Tung Shan to have such a wonderful spear art. That move was the first move Tung Shan had concluded from studying the Ardent Flame spear art, Silver Flower of the Flaming Tree. Shan is really powerful. That spear art just now is completely different from the simple and profound spear art he used when he was competing for the Centurion position. I think Shirasaki Commandant is going to suffer a huge setback today. Shirasaki is usually arrogant. We are not his match, but Shan can help us teach him a lesson. He can let him know that Centurions like us are not that easy to bully. The group of people watching the battle were discussing in low voices. Seeing the usually arrogant Shirasaki in such a sorry state, they were all very excited and happy. Shirasaki glanced at the surrounding soldiers watching the battle. Those soldiers would occasionally look at him and discuss in low voices at the same time. Shirasaki's face couldn't help but turn red. He was a person who cared a lot about his reputation. I have to be careful today. Otherwise, I might really fail miserably. Shirasaki's gaze turned cold. Tung Shan looked at Shirasaki and laughed coldly in his heart. Just now, he had the chance to seriously injure and defeat Shirasaki. However, making Shirasaki lose so easily wouldn't achieve the effect he wanted. This time, I must let Shirasaki know pain and no fear. In the future, he won't dare to provoke me again. At the same time, Tung Shan laughed loudly and said, Lord Commandant, where's your powerful spear art? You can't hide it in front of your subordinate. Didn't you want to see my 9 spears facing the sun? Shirasaki took a deep breath and restrained his aura. With a light tap of his feet, he silently and swiftly approached Tung Shan. Just when he was 3 zhang away from Tung Shan, boom! Shirasaki's eyes were wide open, and his expression was ferocious like a madman. The spear in his hand instantly turned from gentle to violent. With a sound of air explosion, the surrounding dead branches and leaves flew everywhere. The spear was like a black flood dragon, roaring and trying to swallow Tung Shan. That violent madness naturally gave rise to the thought of avoiding its edge in people's hearts. Oh! Tung Shan's eyes lit up. This 9 spears facing the sun is really extraordinary. At the same time, Tung Shan used the spear art pursuing shadow. Xiao! The spear's shadow was like an arrow, simple and sharp. Clang! With a light collision, Shirasaki felt the spear in his hand fall into an invisible whirlpool, and the spear couldn't help but move to the side. Shirasaki's expression changed, and he roared angrily. Dispel the clouds and see the sun. The long spear in his hand instantly became gentle and soft as the clouds and mist. While it was piercing towards Tung Shan, the speed of the long spear suddenly increased. In that instant, the aura of the long spear exploded. It was even more terrifying than the previous spear. Dispel the clouds and see the sun was the peak of the 9 spears facing the sun. The concept of yin and yang was fused into this spear. However, Shirasaki's most powerful move, dispel the clouds and see the sun, could only be considered as a small success. Tung Ching Shan let out a laugh and similarly thrust forward in a simple manner. But compared to the previous stab, the speed was much faster, and the whistling sound in the air was even sharper and more ear-piercing. 50,000 Jin of strength. Tung Ching Shan's eyes were cold and fierce. At this point, he wanted to make his opponent suffer a crushing defeat, so he directly exploded with 50,000 Jin of strength. Previously, when he used the pursuing shadow spear art with 10,000 Jin of strength, he was already on par with Yusong. Now that he used 50,000 Jin of strength, how could Shirasaki block it? Pooh! The long spear contained a slight spiral force, and it forcefully deflected Shirasaki's sharp spear to the side. The long spear that was deflected to the side hit the ground, emitting a deep sound of impact. Immediately, the ground cracked, and a large amount of crushed stones flew everywhere. The surrounding soldiers who were watching the fight hurriedly dodging these flying stones. Impossible. Shirasaki's expression changed greatly. Let go. Tung Ching Shan roared, and the reincarnation spear shook, hitting the spear shaft near Shirasaki's hand. Shirasaki only felt a sharp pain in his right hand, and his muscles reflexively loosened, sending the long spear flying. The long spear shaft in Tung Ching Shan's hand, using the rebounding force, directly hit Shirasaki's chest. Bang! Shirasaki's eyes instantly widened, and his entire body was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood and then fell to the ground. His body was stained with moist soil, withered leaves, and he looked extremely battered. How is this possible? How is this possible? Shirasaki fell to the ground, and blood seeped out of his right hand. However, he was completely shocked by Tung Ching Shan's spear. The ultimate move that he was most proud of, dispelling the clouds to see the sun, was actually easily countered by Tung Ching Shan and even shook off his weapon. That long spear was stabbed into the ground far away. Lord Ching Shan, good spear art. I didn't see it clearly just now, but Lord Commandant's long spear flew up. Lord Ching Shan is so powerful. The surrounding soldiers were discussing spiritedly. Tung Ching Shan erupted with 50,000 Jin of strength and instantly executed the pursuing shadow spear art. His speed was extremely fast. In the eyes of the surrounding soldiers, they only saw the shadow of the spear in Tung Ching Shan's hand flash, and the long spear in Shirasaki's hand was sent flying. At the same time, Shirasaki's entire body was sent flying. They were on completely different levels. Lord Commandant, is this your 9 spears in the morning sun? Tung Ching Shan walked to Shirasaki's side. Shirasaki's body trembled, and he looked at Tung Ching Shan in front of him. Shirasaki wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and grabbed the tree beside him to stand up. Tung Ching Shan suddenly approached again, and Shirasaki was so shocked that he took a step back and shouted, "What do you want?" At this moment, Shirasaki was really afraid of Tung Ching Shan. Nothing. Tung Ching Shan approached Shirasaki and said in a low voice, "Shirasaki Commandant, you are a commandant, and I am a centurion, but don't go too far. In the future, we will have a long time in the Black Armor Corps. If you go too far, be careful that your subordinate can't hold back his anger and do some bloody things, right?" Tung Ching Shan's gaze instantly became as sharp as a knife, and he stared at Shirasaki from a close distance. Shirasaki shuddered. He could feel the murderous intent in Tung Ching Shan's words. This Tung Ching Shan. Yes, although he looks old, he is still only 17 years old. If I force him into a rage out of humiliation, he might secretly kill me in a fit of rage. In a world of warriors, the strong were always respected, although military discipline was very important. But if Tingqingshan secretly made a move, and no one saw it, who would redress Shirasaki's grievances? Previously, Shirasaki was not afraid because Shirasaki thought that he was stronger than Tingqingshan, but this time, he finally realized the gap between the two of them. Lord Commandant, are you okay? Tingqingshan's voice suddenly became louder. Shirasaki's expression changed slightly, and he reacted, I'm fine, it's just a small injury. As he said this, he immediately walked towards the spear that had fallen to the ground. Chapter 101. The soldiers of the Black Armored Corps discussed among themselves as they looked at Tingqingshan in a different light. The strong would be respected and worshipped. Shirasaki Commandant's last spear attack was very powerful, but I didn't expect Brother Qingshan to be able to break it so easily. He even sent the weapon in Shirasaki Commandant's hand flying. The tall and skinny centurion, Wan Fanxiang, exclaimed. Qingshan is probably one of the top 3 in the younger generation. Centurion Tian Dan said. At this moment, Tingqingshan walked over with his reincarnation spear. Brother Qingshan, your last spear attack was much stronger than when you were fighting for the position of centurion. It seems like you were hiding your strength when you were fighting for the position of centurion. Tian Dan smiled as he welcomed him. Tingqingshan smiled and said, Brother Tian Dan, I didn't practice the vigor of the reckless bull at that time, so my strength was slightly weaker. I have to say, this vigor of the reckless bull is much stronger than the secret manuals I practiced in the past. You practiced the vigor of the reckless bull? The other 4 centurions were a little shocked. To become a first-rated warrior, one's inner strength must be strong, so he must have his own secret manual. In the eyes of Tian Dan, Wan Fanxiang, and the other centurions, Tingqingshan should have his own secret manual of inner strength. Of course it's because of it. Otherwise, how could I improve so much? Tingqingshan said. Then what level are you at? It's so powerful? Tian Dan asked. The 8th level. Tingqingshan said. The 4 centurions looked at each other, dumbfounded. The vigor of the reckless bull was powerful, but it was very difficult to practice. To practice it to the 8th level, the 8 extraordinary meridians were almost all opened. No wonder. Qingshan must have eaten some kind of treasure. The 4 centurions completely understood why Tingqingshan had become so strong. When Tingqingshan saw this, he nodded to himself. I can't hide my strength completely in the Black Armored Corps. I have to show some of it to be put in an important position. The 8th layer of the vigor of the reckless bull should be able to attract the attention of all the Hotian masters. This was also the reason why Tingqingshan had used 50,000 pounds of strength a moment ago. At the 8th level of the vigor of the reckless bull, his inner strength could burst out in an instant, which was close to 50,000 pounds of strength. With this level of strength, Tingqingshan was confident that he could fight against any post-liminary realm master. As for his true strength, Tingqingshan would only erupt when he was in danger. The news of the fight between Tingqingshan and Shirasaki Commandant a few days ago quickly spread throughout the mining area. The soldiers of the Black Armored Corps and the soldiers who assisted the garrison looked at Tingqingshan in a different light. Each and every one of them respected and admired Tingqingshan, especially the soldiers of Yi City. They were even more proud of him. Tingqingshan was from Yi City. Of course, the soldiers of Yi City were proud. Night. It was pitch black. There were no stars and no moon. Torches were immediately lit everywhere in the mining area. The soldiers on night duty were also patrolling the area. A young man was lying in the weeds, looking at the patrolling soldiers in front of him. Aren't these soldiers tired? Go to the side and take a nap. This man was very anxious. Entering the mining area to be a laborer, what was the small salary? Panning for gold every day and looking at the pieces of gold, of course they were tempted. The gold that was panned every day was gathered in the hands of the squad leader and then handed over to the warehouse. He was the squad leader. Every day, he would secretly hide a little bit of gold. Every time he hid 2 or 3 coins of gold, the people of the Black Armored Corps wouldn't be able to find out. After saving for 2 months, he had accumulated 1 gene and 2 taels of gold. 12 taels of gold was equivalent to 1,200 taels of silver. A commoner could earn 20 taels of silver in a year, which was considered good. This 1,200 taels of silver meant that he would have to work for a lifetime. Clenching his teeth, this man had prepared for more than 2 months. Tonight, he was going to escape with the gold. Damn it, whether it's death or riches, it all depends on today. He noticed that the patrolling soldiers had turned around and were walking towards the west. This is the moment. He clenched his teeth. Whoosh! Exerting all his strength, this man suddenly dashed past the first patrol line and immediately laid down in a slightly sunken shallow pit. In fact, if the patrolling soldiers were to observe carefully, they would still be able to see him. However, it was now late at night. The patrolling soldiers were also fighting with their eyes closed and were very tired. If there was no big movement, they wouldn't notice. Taking 2 deep breaths, this man didn't dare to make any loud noises. He stared at the tree in the distance. My luck is really good. I ran past the first line without being discovered. The man was secretly delighted. To the hard laborers, this patrol line was known as the line of life. I don't think I'll be so lucky next. I'll charge out in one go. Right now, it's so dark that I can't even see my fingers. As long as I run to a place without torches, I'll have a chance of escaping. The man took 2 deep breaths and gathered his strength. His whole body exploded like a vigorous leopard as he madly rushed down the mountain. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment of life and death, this man ran at unprecedented speed. He could only hear the howling of the wind in his ears. Suddenly, Gold Thief! Catch him! A loud shout rang out. Found him! The man felt his heart twitch violently. His head was burning. At this moment of life and death, his running speed actually increased a little. Before the surrounding soldiers could surround him, the man had already dashed into a pitch-black area at the foot of the mountain. Chase! Chase him! A bunch of good-for-nothings. So many people couldn't stop that Gold Thief. A black-bearded, brawny man angrily roared. Catch him! Don't let him get away! A large number of soldiers rushed down the mountain with torches in hand. At this moment, a black-clothed Tung Shan walked over. At night, Tung Shan usually didn't sleep. Instead, he meditated and nourished his body. As soon as there was movement, he immediately felt it. Sir, the black-bearded, brawny man bowed and said, Hutong, what's going on? Tung Shan inquired. During these days in the mining area, Tung Shan had gotten to know quite a few people. This Hutong was the captain of Huafeng City's city guards. In Huafeng City, he could be considered a big shot. However, in front of the Black Armored Corps, Hutong was much more obedient. Hutong helplessly said, Gold Thief, there's nothing we can do. Gold moves people's hearts. Although many gold thieves were caught and killed, there are still people who steal. How many gold thieves are there in this mining area? Tung Shan asked. There are about 2,000 to 3,000 hard workers in the mining area. Every year, hundreds of people steal gold and escape. However, less than 10 can truly escape. Hutong sighed. However, in this chaotic world, some people aren't afraid of death. They don't care about their lives just to gather a gene of gold. If they can escape, then they can go back and marry a good wife and live a comfortable life. Failure to escape meant death. Success meant wealth and honor. Tung Shan inwardly shook his head. They're really gambling with their lives. He then walked towards his residence. How is it? Did you catch him? Hutong shouted. Sir, we almost caught him. I even gave him a stab. However, that kid ran too fast. It was pitch black outside. That kid finally ran away, and we couldn't find him anymore. Those guards walked back in disappointment. Hutong immediately cursed. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Since the beginning of spring, I didn't expect that the first one to escape would appear in just over a month. Life in the mining area was like this. Every day, the hard workers dug, crushed the ore, and painstakingly sifted the gold. The guards and black armor corps sergeants patrolled and supervised. Tung Ching Shan and the others practiced their spear techniques. The other 4 centurions were fine, but Tung Ching Shan worked the hardest. He was in charge of the purple gold mining area. He had the biggest responsibility, so he didn't dare to be careless every day. Gold was already enough to make people crazy, not to mention purple gold. In less than a month, Tung Ching Shan discovered 2 people trying to steal the purple gold and escape. However, they didn't manage to escape alive. The purple gold mining area was under the strictest security. The difficulty of escaping was much harder than other mining areas. For the Gui Yuan sect, losing a few gene of gold every year was nothing. However, the loss of purple gold was heart-wrenching. Early in the morning, the captain Hu Tong saw Tung Ching Shan practicing his spear, so he walked over and said enthusiastically, "Sir, I'll go back to Huafeng City in a while. I'll come back tomorrow. What does Sir want? I'll bring it over." From Hu Tong's point of view, Tung Ching Shan was young and strong. His future was boundless. If he fawned on him now, there would only be benefits. Tung Ching Shan smiled and looked at him. "Help me bring some Yanghe wine." Tung Ching Shan liked to drink, but Tung Ching Hu liked it even more. "All right." Hu Tong laughed so hard that his beard trembled. Huafeng City, at night, Hu Tong's residence. "Brother Dong, you really put me on the fire to roast. If this matter is exposed, I'll have to bear a great responsibility." Hu Tong put down his wine cup and looked at the man opposite him. The man sitting in front of Hu Tong was only 7 feet tall. He was considered short, but his eyes could be said to be clever. It was this seemingly clever and crafty young guy, but Hu Tong knew how ruthless the other party's methods were. A young man in his early 20s, in Huafeng City, who knew how many ruthless people had fallen in his hands. Even if he was the captain of the city guards, Hu Tong, when he thought of the other party's deeds, felt a faint chill in his heart. "Brother Hu, this is 5,000 taels of silver. After the matter is done, this brother will reward you handsomely." The young man touched his nose and said with a smile, "What needs to be done? I've already told you, Brother Hu. You should know, this matter, you won't be in any danger. When the time comes, even if something happens, if I don't expose you, who will know it's your problem? Even if I expose you, you can say that I have a grudge against you and deliberately bit you. You absolutely won't be in danger. Don't worry, Brother Hu. Don't you know how I, Dong Yin, do things?" This Dong Yin said. Looking at the 5,000 taels of silver, Hu Tong's eyes slightly narrowed. Then he reached out and took the silver, putting it in his arms. "All right, Brother Dong, looking at our past friendship, I'll help you this time. But when will your man go down the mountain?" "March 28th. That brother of yours, I brought him to you last time as well. You know him. There shouldn't be any problems," Dong Yin said. "March 28th? Don't worry. Even if I don't sleep that day, I'll still get things done for you," Hu Tong said with a faint smile. "However, I can only help my part. As for the rest, I won't care. Brother, your part is the most important. Come, let's drink." Dong Yin smiled and raised his cup, his eyes flashing with an inexplicable light. Chapter 102. In the blink of an eye, Tung Ching Shan and the others had been in the Tielian mountain mining area for more than a month. In the evening, the sky was dark. Torches were lit everywhere in the mining area, and bonfires were burning in some places. A large number of soldiers and Black Armor Corps soldiers were patrolling seriously. Tung Ching Shan was also in the purple crystal mining area, outside a spacious stone house. This stone house was Tung Ching Shan's residence in the Tielian mountain. Chi. The bonfire was very strong. Tung Ching Shan held the reincarnation spear and was immersed in spear arts by the bonfire. That desperate situation and then rebirth. That state of hope and despair. Tung Ching Shan was pondering. In the past month, Tung Ching Shan had disassembled and combined the 81 moves of the Ardent Flame spear art into 5 concepts. Now, he had created 4 spear arts. The first move, Silver Flower of the Flaming Tree. This move was very dreamy, beautiful, and could easily confuse the enemy. The second move, pouring oil on fire. Tung Qingshan's name was tacky, but it was simple and easy to understand. It clearly reflected the power of this move. Once the spear art was executed, the power instantly exploded like pouring oil on fire. The third move, flashing chestnuts from fire. This move was very insidious. It was extremely fast and silent. The fourth move, prairie fire. This move was a group attack. It consumed a lot of energy, but it was also very powerful. Now, only the fifth move was left. The concept of the fifth move was similar to the realm of melancholy, but it was slightly different. Wrong. Tung Qingshan shook his head slightly. In order to create the silver flower of the flaming tree, he only spent 3 days. But as time went on, Tung Qingshan spent more time. To be honest, the power of these moves was shocking. However, it was not as powerful as the pursuing shadow, transmutation unity law, and toxic dragon drill. After all, Tung Qingshan had immersed himself in the 5 elemental fist arts for a long time in his previous life. In this life, he had spent more than 10 years to create these 3 moves. It looked simple, but it had already returned to its original state, and its might was astonishing. However, Tung Qingshan had never been able to create a spear technique derived from the cannon fist of the 5-element boxing. Tung Qingshan had a feeling that when he disassembled and combined the ardent flame spear art, his understanding of the fire attribute was also increasing. His mind was also becoming clearer about the spear technique derived from the cannon fist. In his previous life, Tiger Cannon Fist was Tung Qingshan's ultimate move. The spear art that was derived from this should be even more powerful than Toxic Dragon Drill. However, rice had to be eaten bite by bite. First, he had to create the 5th move of the Ardent Flame spear technique. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to evolve the difficult Cannon Fist. The realm of melancholy and the realm of life and death are fundamentally different. That realm, as Tung Qingshan was pondering, suddenly, Tung Qingshan couldn't help but turn his head to look. He saw that the bonfire at the side was much dimmer than before. Some of the wood that had been burning for a long time had red sparks on it, sometimes brightening and sometimes dimming. Tung Qingshan casually grabbed 2 dry pieces of wood from the side and threw them over. Immediately, the red sparks on the surface of the wood that had been burning for a long time burst into flames. The moment the red sparks burst into flames, a light flashed in Tung Qingshan's mind, and his eyes immediately lit up. Yes, Tung Qingshan hastily grabbed the reincarnation spear beside him and closed his eyes. At the same time, his right hand grabbed the spear shaft, and his left hand grabbed the body of the spear. He first pulled back the spear shaft, and then suddenly pushed it forward. The inner strength in Tung Qingshan's body poured into the reincarnation spear. The spearhead of the reincarnation spear pierced forward rapidly. When the spear pierced to its limit, the spearhead slightly shook. Phew! Phew! A visible whirlpool of energy actually appeared on the spearhead. Yes, this is the feeling. Tung Qingshan was wild with joy. Immediately, he turned around and pierced the trunk of a large tree beside him with his spear. Bang! As soon as the spearhead pierced into the tree trunk, it produced an explosive sound. A frightening hole appeared in the trunk, which required 2 people to encircle it. Broken pieces of wood flew everywhere, and the tree began to tremble, as if it would collapse at any moment. The surrounding soldiers of the Black Armored Corps jumped in fright. Each and every one of them hastily took precautions. Everyone, be careful. Don't get smashed by the tree. Tung Qingshan laughed loudly and immediately gave a flying kick. Immediately, the large tree fell in front of Tung Qingshan with a loud bang. The soldiers of the Black Armored Corps, who were already prepared, moved to the side. Sir, you have great spear skills. You managed to topple such a thick tree. Our sir's spear skills are top-notch. One by one, the soldiers praised Tung Qingshan. Tung Qingshan was very happy in his heart. He thought to himself, my flying knife, mournful knife, can only be used to control the explosion of a flying knife from a long distance. However, this inner strength, combined with my control of strength and the guidance of my consciousness, actually produced a whirlpool of inner strength. The explosive power of this spear is really not small. This move shall be called Legacy of the Ultimate Flame. Tung Ching Shan was very satisfied with this move. Among the 5 moves of the Ardent Flame Spear technique, this Legacy of the Ultimate Flame was the most powerful move. Unfortunately, this move can only achieve this effect by relying on inner strength. It is impossible to achieve this with just physical strength. However, with my inner strength, the power of this move is already very good. Tung Ching Shan's mind became clearer about the future spear techniques that the Blast Fist could evolve into. After spending more than a month, he finally created these 5 moves. At this moment, Tung Ching Shan was in a very good mood. He immediately held his reincarnation spear and started patrolling the Amethyst mining area. Sir! The Black Armored Corps sergeants who were patrolling and supervising immediately saluted when they saw Tung Ching Shan. Tung Ching Shan smiled and nodded. He glanced at the mine and saw that people were starting to come out. Is today's mining over? Yes, sir. The hard laborers in the mine have come out one by one. The Black Armored Corps sergeants said respectfully. However, Tung Ching Shan smiled and walked towards the mine. The surroundings of the mining area were all sunken, and there was an extremely deep mine. Tung Ching Shan walked towards the mine. At this moment, there were already hard laborers walking out one by one. When they saw Tung Ching Shan, they hastily bowed and saluted. These hard laborers' faces, hair, and bodies were covered in dust and dirty. Ergo, how much purple gold did you dig today? Look, it's so much bigger than my fingernails. This is the most I've dug in a day this month, but we still have to hand it over. No matter how much we dig, it won't be ours. Look at me. The purple gold dug by 8 people only adds up to this much. Tung Ching Shan glanced at the man who was speaking. There were some purple gold particles in the man's palm. Tung Ching Shan frowned and said, "How did you get all the purple gold from 8 people?" Sir, when the man saw Tung Ching Shan, he hastily saluted in fear. He then said, "My brothers asked me to pass these funds to the Black Armored Corps sergeants. This way, it would be more convenient for the sergeants." What's your name? Tung Ching Shan asked. The man was slightly frightened. I'm Wu Dagon. Tung Ching Shan nodded. He looked into the mine, then turned around and walked out of the mine. Not far from the mine, there were 2 Black Armored Corps sergeants sitting in front of a table. They were collecting the purple gold mined by every miner and recording it. Tung Ching Shan nodded to himself. According to the Gui Yuan sect's rules, the purple crystal mines hard laborers are not allowed to interact with the miners from other mines. Moreover, they even check their residences from time to time. When they leave, they have to strip off their clothes, shave their hair, give them a new set of clothes, and let them walk away naked. This is indeed to prevent people from stealing purple gold. The rules of the purple gold mine were much stricter than the other 4 mines. Try to steal purple gold without anyone noticing was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Brother Dagon, what did the Black Armored Corps sergeant say to you? Some of the hard laborers asked Wu Dagon. Nothing much, Wu Dagon said casually. He glanced at Tung Ching Shan, who had walked far away, and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The day after tomorrow is March 28th. At this crucial moment, I'd better be careful and not provoke the Black Armored Corps. Otherwise, it would be terrible if Big Brother's plan was ruined. Wu Dagon then returned to his residence. Soon, it was the 28th of March. According to the rules of the Tai Lien Mountain Mine, the hard laborers of the 4 gold mines could go back to visit their families on the 28th of every month. There is only one day in a month. As for the purple gold mine, they could only leave the mine once a year. On this day, early in the morning, a light mist permeated the air, making it very refreshing. The hard laborers were in a good mood today. Working here day and night, I'm so tired. I can't even sleep comfortably. Finally, I can go back. Haha, do you miss your wife? Hee, sleeping on this cold wooden bed is not comparable to sleeping at home with a wife. A group of hard laborers were chatting with each other. One by one, They were lined up to undergo a body search before they could leave the mine. All of you, don't be foolish. Once you discover gold, even if it's just a little bit of gold, you will be executed. One of the guards shouted loudly. Before the body search, you should first check yourselves. Don't be framed by others. If we find out, whatever you say will be useless. A group of guards blocked the road and examined the group of hard laborers. There were specialized guards who were conducting the body search. According to the rules, the body search of the hard laborers in the gold mines was generally done by the ordinary guards. The body search of the purple gold mines hard laborers was done by the black armored corps sergeants. At this time, the black-bearded brawny man walked over in large strides. "Sir," the guards immediately saluted. The person who came was the captain of Hua Feng City's city guard. It could be said that his status was second only to the city lord. Naturally, these guards were very respectful. Hu Tong's gaze swept across the laborers in the queue, and he immediately shouted to the soldiers, "Brothers, be more serious and carefully search everyone for me. Don't leave anyone out. Don't worry, sir, they won't be able to take away even a little bit of gold." A guard immediately said in a flattering tone. Hu Tong nodded. Hu Tong's gaze swept over the area again, and he suddenly caught a glimpse of a middle-aged man wearing a simple and patched robe, walking over from a distance of several dozen feet. Hu Tong's eyes immediately lit up. Chapter 103. The middle-aged man and Captain Hu Tong looked at each other from afar, and then casually chatted with the laborers beside them as they queued up. Phew! Hu Tong tried his best to remain calm, and then casually looked to the side. Who would have thought that the Black Armored Corps' Shirasaki commandant would walk over with a cold face? I rarely see this Shirasaki, but he actually popped up today. Hu Tong was very angry, but a smile appeared on his face. He quickly went up to greet him. "Sir, you're not doing morning exercises this morning? Today is the 28th. I know that many laborers are going back to visit their families. Of course, I have to take a look. Hu Tong, watch your men and let them search carefully," Shirasaki commandant coldly ordered. Hu Tong bowed and smiled. "Yes, sir. My brothers have done this many times. Don't worry, there won't be any problems." "Okay," Shirasaki commandant humphed. Soon after, Lieutenant Bai Chi stood at the side and scrutinized the group of hard laborers who were lined up and being searched one by one. The hard laborers would occasionally glance upwards, but they were so scared that they didn't dare to raise their heads to look at Lieutenant Bai Chi. These laborers also knew that Shirasaki commandant was a big shot. "Search carefully," Hu Tong shouted from the side. Shirasaki commandant casually looked around, occasionally glancing at the miners. "Gold is heavier. If you smuggle a lot of it, you will lose your life. If you put a lot of it in your clothes, the clothes will not be neat. The place where you put the gold will drop." Shirasaki was very clear about this. It was like putting a piece of iron in the pocket of a shirt. The pocket would drop. The clothes on the people would not be neat. Shirasaki glanced at them. At first glance, he did not see anything special. Shirasaki's heart moved. He glanced at the footprints left by a middle-aged man in the queue. There's a lot of dust in this mining area. Some places had gravel, and some places were full of dust and mud. Footprints would be left when one stepped on it. Of course, there were a lot of people in the queue, so the footprints were messy. But what was Shirasaki's expression? He immediately noticed the two footprints left behind by the middle-aged man. Although the two footprints were immediately destroyed by the laborer behind him, the two footprints were still visible to the naked eye. But Shirasaki remembered clearly. 1 foot deeper, the other shallower. Shirasaki was shocked. Carefully observing the middle-aged man, he said, his clothes are neat and tidy. From the looks of it, he doesn't seem to be carrying anything. However, his 2 legs were not one long and one short, but 2 very normal legs. There was only one possibility for this step to be slightly deeper than the other. One of its legs should be tied with something heavy like a piece of iron. Although Shirasaki was a little narrow-minded, it was undeniable that he was capable of becoming the commandant. Since he could understand 9 spears in the morning sun, He was very smart. He immediately noticed the problem from the two footprints that were slightly different from each other. Humph! Shirasaki Commandant immediately stopped looking at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had a guilty conscience. Shirasaki stared at him for a while from afar, causing the middle-aged man to feel nervous. Could it be that the Lord of the Black Armored Corps found out? Impossible. He definitely couldn't tell from his appearance. Phew. He finally stopped staring at me. I reckon that the Lord of the Black Armored Corps was distracted just now. No matter what, the middle-aged man had no way out. If he succeeded this time, he would be rich for the rest of his life. Lord! Lord! The surrounding people greeted respectfully. Shirasaki turned to look. He saw Tung Qingshan walking along the mountain path with his reincarnation spear in hand. When he saw Shirasaki, he cupped his hands and said, Lord Commandant is here too. Qingshan, where you going? Shirasaki smiled. I'm going to find Brother Tian Dan for a gathering, Tung Qingshan said. Then why aren't you going? These soldiers will be in charge of the body search. Shirasaki Commandant smiled and said. Tung Qingshan looked at him and left with a smile. Ever since the challenge, Shirasaki Commandant's attitude towards Tung Qingshan had changed. He didn't even dare to treat Tung Qingshan coldly anymore. However, Tung Qingshan didn't feel very happy. Shirasaki's forbearance made Tung Qingshan more vigilant. Seeing Tung Qingshan walk over, Shirasaki turned to look at Hutong and said, Hutong, speed up the body search. Yes, Lord. Hutong was secretly happy. Originally, he was going to ask one of the people to move away while he did the body search himself so that he could let that person go. But now, Shirasaki's words made things easier for him. So slow. How long will it take for 2 people to search? Now, 3 people in a batch. The 2 of you continue. I will search myself. The 2 of you learn from me. Hutong strode over and at the same time waved to the people in the queue. The few of you come to my side. Immediately, the 2 teams that were originally lined up side by side immediately split into 3 teams. Take off your coats and do it yourselves. Hutong was still shouting. One by one, the hard workers took off their coats. Hutong quickly touched their coats to see if there was anything hard between the coats. Then, he searched their underwear. Then, he carefully touched their pants to see if there was any gold between the pants. After that, he asked the hard workers to untie their belts and pull them down to their knees. He checked if there was any gold hidden in their private parts. Finally, he checked their shoes and hair. Hutong was indeed fast when he searched. Next, Hutong shouted. In a row, Hutong checked 3 people. These 3 people also did not smuggle gold. Next, Hutong shouted. Immediately, the middle-aged man came to the front of the alley. His coat had long been taken off. There was only a tattered undershirt inside. It was obvious that he did not hide anything. Hutong carefully searched according to the procedure. Coat, pants, shoes, hair, insides, etc. He searched them all, but there was nothing. Next, Hutong said. The middle-aged man immediately put on his clothes and shoes and walked down a mountain path. Humph! Shirasaki Commandant glanced at the middle-aged man and secretly sneered. It seems that Hutong has been bribed. He actually wants to bribe Hutong to smuggle gold? Impossible. Even if he smuggled 10 jin of gold, it is only worth 10,000 taels of silver. It is not worth bribing a city guard captain. Then, did he smuggle purple gold? Shirasaki Commandant was puzzled. How did he smuggle purple gold? The laborers in the purple gold mine and gold mine cannot be found at all. Could it be that I guessed wrong? That middle-aged man did not smuggle gold? At this moment, did you see that? Just do what I did. Hurry up. You search. Hutong walked to the side and ordered a soldier to search for him. Shirasaki glanced and thought. From start to finish, Hutong had searched a total of 4 people, and the 4th person was the middle-aged man. When he was halfway through the search, he stopped to rest. Humph! It seems that he was really bribed. Immediately, Shirasaki walked down the mountain. Sir! Hutong smiled and walked over. I'm going down the mountain for a walk. Why are you following me? Shirasaki shouted. Hutong was stunned and retreated. Only then did Bai Chi take large strides, as if he was taking a stroll down the mountain. Bai Chi was an inner strength expert. How could he lose track of a farmer? If I guess correctly, this man must have stolen a lot of money. There's at least a 50% chance that he smuggled purple gold. Shirasaki was tempted. According to the rules of the Gue Yuan sect, the purple gold excavated every day was recorded. Even if he was the commandant, he could not fill his own pockets. Humans are greedy. Even in Tung Qingshan's previous world, some high-ranking officials were greedy for money. From this, one could imagine Shirasaki. Although he was a commandant of the Black Armor Corps and had a high monthly salary, it was nothing compared to some wealthy businessmen. Humans have desires. Shirasaki also wanted to buy beautiful maids and servants to make his life more comfortable. He even wanted to buy good materials to forge good weapons. All of these were shiny silver and glittering gold. Humph, this money is mine. The sect doesn't know anyway. Shirasaki was greedy. He would kill the middle-aged man and take the money. If he killed the wrong person, the middle-aged man could only blame his bad luck. At the foot of Tielian Mountain, there were 5 war horses on the official road. There were people beside each horse. Among them, there was a small and skinny man with a height of 7 feet. It was Dong Yen. The other 3 people were surrounding him. Among these 3 people, 2 of them had tall statures and were relatively fat. The other one was a silver-haired middle-aged man. Big brother, you said that Li Laosin brought down the purple gold? I don't understand. The purple gold mining area and the gold mining area are separated. Li Laosin entered the gold mining area as a laborer. How did he get the purple gold? One of the 2 fat men asked, Big brother, can you tell me the secret now? Pang, I'll tell you. Dong Yen sneered. The purple gold mining area and the gold mining area are connected by a secret tunnel. What? The 2 fat men were shocked. The silver-haired middle-aged man was very calm. Actually, one of my brothers accidentally dug too deep when he was mining at the purple gold mining area. Unexpectedly, it was connected to a small tunnel in the gold mining area. He hastily sealed the mine. There aren't many people who know this secret. Dong Yin said with a faint smile. In the past year, Brother Wang has collected about 10 jin of purple gold. He hid it in the secret tunnel and brought it to Li Laosan. When Li Laosan brings out the purple gold, we will be rich. To Dong Yin, the 3 people beside him were the 3 people he trusted the most. They had been through life and death situations with him. Previously, he didn't tell the Pang and Pang because he was worried that the 2 fat men's careless personality would leak it out. 10 jin. The Pang and Pang were shocked. Pang muttered, 10 jin of purple gold. That's 1,000 jin of gold. That's 1,000,000 taels of silver. 100 taels of silver. We are rich. 1,000,000 taels of silver. This was a huge sum of money. Even for a wealthy salt merchant, having 1,000,000 taels of silver was not bad. 10 jin of purple gold. Humph, compared to the purple gold that the Gue Yuan sect excavates in a year, it's nothing. But with this money, we don't need to hide in this small Huafeng city. Dong Yin laughed. Suddenly, he glanced into the distance. Look, a laborer is coming down the mountain. I reckon that Li Laosan will be here soon. Chapter 104. On Tielian Mountain, beside a clear stream, Tung Qingshan and Tian Dan were drinking wine and eating meat. They were very satisfied. TSK, TSK. The taste of this meat is really not bad. Tian Dan threw a piece of meat into his mouth, chewed it twice, and swallowed it. Then he drank a mouthful of strong wine and smacked his lips in pleasure. This Hutong really knows how to conduct himself. Tung Qingshan laughed. As a centurion, their meals were indeed much better, but they couldn't eat all kinds of special dishes. These were specially brought from Huafeng City by Hutong to show their respect. We've only been stationed here for half a month. There's still more than a month before we can return to Jiangning County City. But when we get back, we'll be busy with the centurion competition. Each division has to compete with the 2 weakest ones. Prepare to welcome the 12th of June and recruit new people. Tian Dan laughed. Brother Qingshan, You don't have to worry. The Black Armored Corps had a total of 4 divisions, and each division had to choose the 2 weakest centurions. Brother Tion Dan, your strength in our 1st division is not bad. There are many who are worse than you. Tung Ching Shan suddenly looked into the distance. Hey, look over there. Tion Dan also looked over, puzzled. Through the lush trees and flowers, he could vaguely see a figure on the mountain road in the distance. Shirasaki? Tion Dan was surprised. Why is he going down the mountain? Today, those hard workers are going down the mountain. He's a dignified commandant. What can he do down the mountain? Tion Dan couldn't understand. It's a bit unusual. Tung Ching Shan frowned, then turned to look at Tion Dan and laughed. Brother Tion Dan, let's follow him and see. Won't we know? Yes, let's go. Tion Dan was also interested. The 2 of them held their weapons and followed behind him. Sir? My lord. As Shirasaki walked on a mountain path, some of the soldiers going up and down the mountain immediately bowed respectfully when they saw Shirasaki. Shirasaki's brows furrowed as he stared at the middle-aged man's silhouette over 20 zhang away. There are so many soldiers on this mountain path. If I were to make a move, they would most likely discover me, especially after I found the purple gold on that middle-aged man. If the surrounding guards saw it and spread the news, it would be terrible. Shirasaki suppressed his impatience and followed along. This mountain path was the liveliest, because at the foot of the mountain, there was also a group of soldiers specially guarding and taking care of those war horses. The guards on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain often changed shifts to deliver food and so on. Therefore, there were often guards on the mountain path. The middle-aged man, Li Laosen, went down the mountain together with the other hard workers. He seemed very ordinary. Hi, Li Laosen. You've been working for half a year, so you must have earned quite a lot of money. When you get home, your wife will definitely prepare food and wine and warm the bed for you. Me? If my wife is so good, I can't bear to leave home. Li Laosen snorted. At the same time, Li Laosen casually glanced behind him. The figure in the distance shocked him. This big shot from the Black Armor Corps has been watching me for a while. Why is he following me now? With a guilty conscience, the more he thought about it, the more suspicious he became. No, impossible. He can't have discovered me. Li Laosen couldn't think of how he could have given himself away. Yes, Bostong is at the foot of the mountain. When we meet him, everything will be fine. Once this is done, we can enjoy a lifetime of wealth. Li Laosen suppressed his anxiety and pretended to casually chat with the surrounding hard workers as he walked down the mountain. Shirasaki stared coldly at the middle-aged man. In his eyes, such a crude man was a piece of cake. What he needed to consider now was to not let the guards see him kill someone or find the purple gold. I'll let you live a while longer. Shirasaki followed him like this. He wasn't afraid of being discovered. Li Laosen and Shirasaki, one in front and one behind, went down a mountain. Of course, behind them, Tung Qingshan and Tion Dan were secretly following them. Shirasaki's pupils suddenly shrank. We're at the foot of the mountain. Immediately, Shirasaki sped up. Li Laosen immediately separated from the other hard workers and turned to the side, disappearing from Shirasaki's sight. Shirasaki rushed to the foot of the mountain in a few breaths' time. He immediately looked towards the direction of the official road. Bostong. Li Laosen saw a figure and a war horse in the distance and immediately ran over. Help! Shirasaki's face revealed a ferocious expression. Let's die together. There were only a few hard workers in the surroundings and no guards. Moreover, the other party had a war horse to help them. Shirasaki couldn't care too much. Who? Using Qinggong, Shirasaki was like a gust of wind as he rapidly approached Li Laosen. Li Laosen looked back and couldn't help but panic. Bostong, save me. At the same time, his 2 legs desperately kicked the ground. However, the purple gold bag tied to his right leg was too heavy. He couldn't run fast at all. Who's there? The tall and fat man held a thick black iron mace and shouted angrily. Oomph, Shirasaki sneered. What kind of status did he have? Did he care about the little thief at the side? Die. Shirasaki smiled disdainfully. The spear in his hand instantly pierced towards Li Laosen. Li Laosan screamed in fear. Help! However, Dong Yin and the other three who were far away couldn't save him in time. With a poochie sound, the spear's tip pierced through Li Laosan's throat from behind. Li Laosan's eyes widened. Originally, he was going to obtain great riches and honor, but at the last moment he died. In the distance, Dong Yan's face darkened. He shouted, "Kill him! Dong! Dong! Dong!" Depang held a pair of iron mace, Pang a pair of large copper hammers, and the silver-haired middle-aged man held a sharp sword and rushed over. As for Dong Yin himself, he was following far behind. 2 flying knives appeared in his hands. Oomph! Shirasaki kicked Li Laosan's corpse to the side. Then he slashed the spear on Li Laosan's right leg. Immediately, a layer of his pants was cut open. Vaguely, the cloth bag on Li Laosan's calf could be seen. This cloth bag already had a crack, and pieces of purple gold were exposed. The purple light was breathtaking. Shirasaki's eyes immediately lit up. Little thief. Depang, who was running at the front, also saw the purple gold. He couldn't help but roar and smash the iron mace in his hand. "Let go!" Shirasaki sneered and swung the spear in his hand. "Who?" Clang! The spear hit the iron mace. Depang's right hand was shaken, and he couldn't help but take 3 steps back. On the other hand, Bai Qi also felt his right hand go numb. He looked at the tall and fat man in astonishment and thought, what an astonishing strength. With just one exchange of blows, Bai Qi was sure that his opponent was a first-rated warrior. "Big brother, this guy's tough." Depang roared. "Let's attack together." Dong Yin also rushed over. The silver-haired man held a long sword in his hand. Swish, swish. A sword shadow enveloped Shirasaki Commandant. Shirasaki's face turned cold. He shook the spear in his hand, and the spear in his hand instantly danced into a circle. Only a sound of collision could be heard, and the sword shadow was swept away. Where did this expert come from? It's another first-rated warrior. Shirasaki became more anxious. He didn't expect so many powerful experts to appear. Tung Qingshan and Tian Dan hid in the bushes and stared at this side. Because of the distance, Tung Qingshan and Tian Dan didn't see the purple gold warrior. "Qingshan, what should we do?" Tian Dan whispered. "Brother Tian, this is such an interesting thing. Why don't you watch for a while?" Tung Qingshan smiled faintly. Tian Dan also nodded and smiled. That Shirasaki killed that laborer and also attracted these powerful experts. It seems that this matter is not ordinary. This trouble was caused by him, so let him solve it himself. Seeing this Shirasaki being defeated is also a very interesting thing. Tung Qingshan carefully observed the battle. Yes, among the 4 people, the one with the throwing knife has been standing at the side, not daring to engage in close combat. The ones who are really fighting are those 3. Among them, the 2 fat men are quite strong, but their hammer and saber techniques are ordinary. Only the silver-haired man can be considered an expert, but compared to Shirasaki, he is still lacking a lot. Yes, the fat man with the 2 hammers was stabbed by a spear. It seems that the 3 of them can't defeat Shirasaki. What a pity. I wanted to see Shirasaki be defeated. Tian Dan said helplessly. Shirasaki, who had mastered the 9 spears of the morning sun, was not much weaker than you saw him. When he fought with Tung Qingshan used 50,000 gene of strength to execute the pursuing shadow spear technique. That was why Shirasaki was defeated so miserably. But Shirasaki's true strength was still extremely strong. To be able to assume the position of commandant, how could he not have some skills? Pang retreat. Dong Yin anxiously shouted. Want to escape? Shirasaki laughed wildly and shook the long spear in his hand. Pang only saw a bright light in front of him, as dazzling as the sun. Xiao! Dong Yin hurriedly threw a flying knife at Shirasaki. Shirasaki shook the long spear and knocked the flying knife away. At the same time, he pushed it forward. Pucci! It directly pierced into Pang's chest and was quickly pulled out. Pucci! Blood splattered. A frightening big hole appeared in Pang's chest and blood flowed out. Pang opened his eyes wide and looked at Dong Yin in the distance. He wanted to say something, but in the end his head drooped and his whole body fell down with a loud bang. Pang. Dong Yan's complexion changed greatly. Little brother. Pang also went crazy. Ian, all of you leave quickly. The silver-haired, middle-aged man berated. At the same time, a trace of white frost mist appeared on his face, and the speed of the long sword in his hand suddenly increased. No, I want to avenge little brother. Pang's eyes turned red as if he had gone crazy. Ha, go all out. Shirasaki laughed loudly. Today, none of you will leave alive. Ever since he mastered the 9 spears of the rising sun, Shirasaki has never felt so happy. Previously, he was ruthlessly beaten by Tung Shan right after he mastered it. This caused Shirasaki to feel very unwilling, but now he is very happy to ravage this group of people. Chi! Pang's stomach was slashed by the spear, causing blood to spurt out. Clang! The silver-haired, middle-aged man blocked the spear and simultaneously kicked Pang's body, sending Pang flying. Ian, you take Pang and escape first, the silver-haired middle-aged man said anxiously. Dong Yin stared at Pang's corpse. His whole body slightly trembled. He immediately turned his head and stared at Shirasaki. His eyes were faintly red as he said in a low voice, Uncle, you take Pang and escape. With that, he unexpectedly rushed towards Shirasaki. Dong Yin, who had been hiding in the distance since the beginning, unexpectedly approached at a very fast speed. P.S. The 3rd chapter is here. It seems that there is still time. One more chapter. Hee. Give me some monthly votes to encourage me. Chapter 105. Haha, prepare to die. Shirasaki laughed maniacally. He had never thought highly of Dong Yin. How many tricks could a person who only dared to release flying daggers from afar have? Big brother. The injured Pang shouted anxiously. Ian, don't go crazy. The silver-haired middle-aged man was also anxious. They all knew that Dong Yin was the weakest among the 4. It was only because of his intelligence and ruthlessness that he became the leader of the 4. In terms of strength, either Pang or Pang could easily defeat Dong Yin. However, Dong Yin rushed over like a madman. Shirasaki held the spear with both hands and was about to stab Dong Yin to death. At this moment, a cold glint flashed past Dong Yin's eyes. A long black pipe suddenly emerged from his right sleeve. He suddenly pressed one of the grooves on the black pipe. Shio! Several phantoms shot out from the mouth of the long black pipe. Their speed was so fast that it was horrifying. Shirasaki's expression changed. Not good. The unknown hidden weapons were too fast. He only had time to wave the spear in his hand and barely touched one of the shadows. Little thief, prepare to die. Shirasaki only felt pain in his left arm and right leg. Very soon, they became numb. He was furious. He roared angrily, wanting to kill Dong Yin. However, Dong Yin turned around and fled. If you are not afraid of death, chase. Once poisoned, the more violently one moved and the faster one's blood flowed, the faster the poison would spread. Shirasaki could only stand in place, not daring to move at all. As for Dong Yin, he was 10 zhang away from them. It was obvious that he didn't want to escape. His eyes swept over Pang's corpse and then looked at the purple gold pouch tied to Old Li San's leg. It was filled with purple gold. Come, I will kill you if you come. Bai Qi fiercely pressed on the acupuncture points on his left arm and right leg. At the same time, he immediately tore off the cloth strips on his clothes and tightly tied them around his left arm near his shoulder and thigh, trying to stop the flow of blood. The silver-haired middle-aged man immediately grabbed Pang's corpse. Lord Commandant! A shout was heard. Tung Shan and Tian Dan finally appeared. Let's go. Dong Yin gritted his teeth and directly jumped onto the horse. The silver-haired middle-aged man also placed Pang's corpse on the horse. Pang also mounted the horse. The few of them immediately galloped away. The horses under the command of Dong Yin and the others were all good horses that could travel 1,000 li in a day. This sudden burst of speed caused Tung Qingshan and Tian Dan to only be able to stare at each other's backs. In fact, in terms of speed, Tian Dan could not keep up, but Tung Qingshan could. But Tung Qingshan could not possibly help Shirasaki vent his anger and expose his strength. Galloping on the horse, Dong Yin and the others were in great pain. Little brother, little brother. Depang's eyes were filled with tears. He was in great pain. Dong Yin gritted his teeth. It's me, it's because of me. If I had taken out the ghost spirit needle earlier, Pang would not have died. When Pang was in danger, Dong Yin did not have the time to take out the ghost spirit needle. He could only use the throwing knife to block. But there was no way. He could not save Pang. Big brother, it's not your fault. Just now, you did not have the time to save Pang. I could only watch. Depang was in great pain. Ian, don't be too sad. Pang is dead. Fortunately, he has a son, so his bloodline is not broken. The silver-haired middle-aged man sighed. Now, we should take good care of his sons. Yes, Dong Yin thought for a moment. Uncle, we can't stay in Huafeng City any longer. We should go back immediately, take the money, and immediately leave Huafeng City. Leave Jiangning County. Huh? The silver-haired middle-aged man was surprised. Big brother, we have worked hard to gather the troops in Huafeng City. Are we just going to abandon them? Depang looked at Dong Yin. The troops under their command were all locals, and they all had families. Letting these ordinary people roam the world with them was simply impossible. What's the point of thinking so much? If we can make a name for ourselves in Huafeng City, we can do better in other places. And that bastard from Guai Yuan's sect, Dong Yin, will definitely take his life one day, Dong Yin said while gnashing his teeth. Hit by the ghost spirit needle, he won't die? The silver-haired middle-aged man asked. If he is indecisive, the poison will spread, and he will die. But if he is ruthless to himself, he won't die. At most, he will become a cripple. Dong Yin sneered. Even if he is a cripple, he killed my brother. I will kill him with my own hands. Immediately, Dong Yin and his group rushed to Huafeng City. At noon that day, Dong Yin and his group took their children and families and quietly left Huafeng City, continuing to roam the world. Sir Commandant, are you okay? Tian Dan asked. Tung Qingshan discovered the bag on the leg of the corpse next to him. The bag revealed purple gold granules. Tung Qingshan was secretly shocked. It was actually purple gold. No wonder Shirasaki would secretly make a move, so as to swallow this purple gold and not let the sect know. Tung Qingshan immediately reached out to untie the bag and put the purple gold inside. Tung Qingshan, what are you doing? Shirasaki shouted. This purple gold was stolen by this person. Of course, I have to bring it back. Tung Qingshan calmly said. Shirasaki gnashed his teeth. His heart was filled with hatred. He quietly chased after that middle-aged man alone. What was his goal? Wasn't it for this purple gold? But now that he was discovered by Tung Qingshan and his group, he had no chance to swallow it alone. Unless he could kill Tung Qingshan and Tian Dan. But he was very clear about Tung Qingshan's strength. He would rather fight 10 rounds with the 4 people just now than fight with Tung Qingshan. He didn't get the purple gold, and he was poisoned. He really tried to steal a chicken, only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. TSK, TSK. Shirasaki Commandant, Brother Tian Dan, this bag of purple gold is at least 10 jin, maybe even more than 10 jin. Tung Qingshan carried the small cloth bag and said in admiration. Purple gold of the same volume was much heavier than gold. This was also the reason why the legendary Heavenly Emperor of Qin Mountain's heavenly sword required more than 100 jin of purple gold. After all, a normal sharp sword only weighed a few jin. But the heavenly sword weighed more than 100 jin. It was understandable that a small cloth bag of purple gold weighed 5 jin. 10 jin of purple gold? Tian Dan exclaimed. That's 5 jin of gold. 1 million taels of silver. That's a huge fortune. In our Guai Yuan sect, the purple gold mine can only produce a few dozen jin of purple gold in a month. These people are really resourceful. They actually stole 5 jin without being discovered. If they took one gene every month, the Gui Yuan sect wouldn't be able to find out. After all, it was impossible for the purple gold to be produced every month. 5 gene. Shirasaki felt even more distressed. Commandant's monthly salary was very high, 1,000 taels of silver a month. But after deducting the normal expenses, Shirasaki only had 3 to 5,000 taels of silver a year. He wouldn't even be able to accumulate 1 million taels of silver in 100 years. Sir, what happened here? A few guards came from afar and asked respectfully. Sir Commandant, can you still walk? Tian Dan asked worriedly. You too. Shirasaki pointed at 2 of the guards and shouted, Help me up the mountain. The 2 guards felt helpless, but they could only follow the order and help Shirasaki. Tung Qingshan looked at Shirasaki. Shirasaki's face was pale, and he seemed to be in pain. After walking for about 20 zhang, Shirasaki shouted anxiously, Put me down quickly. The 2 guards were startled. Scram! Bai Qi anxiously waved his right hand and sent the 2 guards flying to the side. Immediately after, Bai Qi sat down on the ground and tore his right pants. Voila! He tore his pants to the bottom. What? Tung Qingshan and Shirasaki's expression changed. Shirasaki's right leg had swelled up, and it was completely black. What kind of poison is this? Tian Dan cried out in shock. This poison is actually so vicious. Shirasaki originally thought that he could rely on his inner strength to withstand the poison. But who would have thought that even after he sealed his acupuncture points and used a bandage to bind the poison, he could only slow it down? Tian Dan, do the 2 of you know what kind of poison this is? Do you know how to detoxify it? Tian Dan shook his head. Tung Qingshan shook his head as well. Tung Qingshan was not afraid of poison, because the core of Tung Qingshan's cultivation was the control of the body. In his previous life, Tung Qingshan was able to control the flow of his qi and blood, slowing down his heartbeat, etc. Now, Tung Qingshan's control of his body was even more powerful. Whether it was his muscles, skin, bones, internal organs, etc., Tung Qingshan could control them all. His body could instantly grow taller or shrink by a few inches. He could even control a certain area and stop the flow of qi and blood for a short period of time. The transmission of poison relied on the blood flow. If the qi and blood did not circulate, the poison naturally could not spread throughout the body. This was also one of the reasons why SS-class experts were so terrifying in his previous life. As for inner strength experts, although they were strong, they relied on their inner strength. The control of their muscles and bones was too weak, not to mention controlling the flow of qi and blood. Tung Qingshan was not afraid of it, but he could not help others. Lord Commandant, the poison is spreading faster and faster, Tian Dan said anxiously. Seeing the black area on Shirasaki's thigh extending towards the root of his thigh, he also felt his heart palpitate. Shirasaki shouted, Do you have a knife? No, I have a dagger. A soldier beside him shouted, Give it to me. Bai Qi immediately took the dagger from the soldier's hand and cut open a wound on his thigh. Immediately, black blood flowed out from the wound. In just a moment, Shirasaki cursed, I'm completely numb. What kind of poison is this? Letting out blood is useless. Shirasaki could clearly feel that the poison was continuously extending. Once it reached a vital point, he would definitely die. Cold sweat appeared on Shirasaki's forehead, and his body trembled slightly. Chi! The clothes on his upper body were also torn. His left arm had also become black and swollen. What do I do? What do I do? I can't die. I can't die. Shirasaki was so anxious that his whole body was trembling and cold sweat appeared. Lord Commandant, if you hesitate any longer, you won't be able to be saved, Tian Dan shouted. Shirasaki's whole body quivered. He looked at his swollen thigh and left arm, gritted his teeth, and fiercely swung his dagger. Pucci! Pucci! His thigh and left arm were completely cut off. The blood that flowed out from the cut was all red. Ah! Shirasaki let out a painful scream. Chapter 106. His entire thigh and left arm were chopped off. Even though Shirasaki had sealed the acupuncture points in advance, blood was still flowing out. Shirasaki's face turned pale, and his eyes dimmed. "Quick, quick! Help me stop the bleeding, quick!" Shirasaki's voice was weak as he said. Dan, who was at the side, was anxious. He immediately squatted down and tore Shirasaki's torn outer clothes into strips and immediately tied up the severed limbs. After all, directly cutting off a leg and sealing the acupuncture points wouldn't slow down the bleeding much. If the bleeding continued like this, it was entirely possible for a person to die from excessive blood loss. He stopped the bleeding from the wounds on his right leg and left arm. Shirasaki's lips were pale, and his face was pale without a trace of blood. His eyes were dim, and he seemed to be in a daze. "Quick, carry Sir Commandant up the mountain." Tung Qingshan shouted to the soldiers, "Also you, the two of you, quickly ride to Huafeng City and find the best doctor in Huafeng City. Quick!" "Yes, sir." The soldiers were also stunned. Sir Commandant was the leader of the Black Armored Corps. Two soldiers immediately ran towards the place where the war horses were, while the other soldiers immediately helped. They carried Bai Qi on their backs and ran up the mountain. Tung Qingshan and Dan trailed far behind. Dan's face was still filled with horror. He turned to look at Tung Qingshan. "Brother Qingshan, this time we're playing big." "Yes, we're playing big." Tung Qingshan nodded. If Tung Qingshan and Dan had appeared at the beginning and scared off the enemies, nothing would have happened. Actually, Tung Qingshan and Dan wanted to see Shirasaki suffer at first, but when they saw Shirasaki gaining the upper hand, they were unhappy. Who would have thought that, with this turn of his head, Shirasaki would be hit? "It's not our fault. We didn't want to harm him." Who would have thought that the young boy actually had such a vicious hidden weapon? He can only blame Shirasaki's bad luck. Dan immediately sneered. In this world, no one was a coward. "Brother Qingshan, it's best not to tell anyone about what we saw in the dark. Although it's not a big deal, if we investigate it, it will be troublesome," Dan said. Tung Qingshan nodded and smiled. "Don't worry, I won't go looking for trouble for no reason." A commandant of the Black Armored Corps had been reduced to such a state. The Gui Yuan sect would definitely not let the matter rest. "If you and I don't talk about it, no one will know," Dan chuckled. "In fact, when I saw Shirasaki, I was so happy." Haha. In the past, he used to be a tyrant. Even he didn't expect that there would be such a day. He brought this upon himself. He can't blame anyone else. Tung Qingshan looked up the mountain road at Shirasaki, who was being carried on his back. Tung Qingshan didn't have a good impression of Shirasaki. "He's useless for the rest of his life," Tung Qingshan said indifferently. "One of his legs is broken. He can't even stand up, and one of his arms is broken. He's useless. He's finished." Dan looked at the bag of purple gold in Tung Qingshan's hand and sneered. But who can he blame? This Shirasaki obviously coveted this bag of purple gold, so he wanted to secretly take the purple gold for himself. This is called going for wool and coming home shorn. Even if he's useless, he can't blame anyone. Tung Qingshan looked at the bag of purple gold in his hand. Money moves people's hearts. Tung Qingshan was very clear about the power of money. In his previous life, in the underworld, didn't all kinds of assassins kill people because they accepted the task and received the money? Money and power, from ancient times to the present, had infinite power. When the soldiers carried the unconscious and disabled Bai Qi up the mountain, Bai Qi's expression changed. The entire mining area was boiling. All the Black Armored Corps sergeants were shocked. Huafeng City Guard Captain Hu Tong watched the Black Armored Corps sergeants carrying Shirasaki away. His complexion was very ugly. "I knew it, that Shirasaki followed them. Nothing good would come out of it." Sure enough, that Dongyan's methods are really ruthless. Even Shirasaki fell into his hands. This is troublesome, big trouble. In the mining area, Hu Tong's forehead was full of sweat, and his mind was in a mess. Shirasaki's legs are broken, and his arms are broken. It's over. This Gui Yuan sect will definitely not let this go. After this investigation, that Shirasaki, at that time, followed Dong Yan's subordinate down the mountain. He also saw that I went to search his body. He should know that I was bribed. Hu Tong was very nervous. The mining area was a place that the Gui Yuan sect valued the most. Daring to be bribed, once found out, was a capital crime. No, Shirasaki might not notice that I searched that man. Maybe he won't find trouble with me. Hu Tong's forehead was dripping with sweat, but he didn't notice. At this moment, his heart was very unwilling to be finished like this. There was still a glimmer of hope in his heart. He clenched his teeth. It doesn't matter if I lose my position. My life is the most important. Forget it. First prepare. First return to Huafeng City. Then act according to the situation. Hu Tong made a decision in his heart. Inside the mining area, outside Shirasaki's residence, the 5 centurions gathered together. Shirasaki Commandant has fallen to this point. What should we do now? The dwarf Lu He was a little impatient. This mining area was actually crippled by the Commandant. This will cause the higher-ups to blame us. The Lord Commander and the others are not that stupid. The tall and thin Wan Fanxiang squinted his eyes and sneered. We already know what happened. This is simply Shirasaki's greed. Who can he blame? Don't talk about being crippled. Even if he's dead, he can only accept it. At this moment, Wan Fanxiang did not put Shirasaki in his eyes. In the past, the reason why Shirasaki was somewhat feared by everyone was because of his identity as a commandant. But now that he was crippled, he still wanted to be a commandant? Naturally, some people in their hearts no longer cared about Shirasaki. What's the point of saying all this? Tian Dan shouted. There are 3 things we need to do now. First, find a doctor to treat Shirasaki Commandant. Second, find out how the purple gold was smuggled out. Third, immediately report this matter to Jiangning County City and let the commander and sovereign decide. Du Hong and Tung Qingshan also agreed with what Tian Dan said. I've already found a doctor. Du Hong said loudly. Then let's do it this way. I'll personally take some people and rush back to Jiangning County City to inform the Lord Commander and the others of this news. Yes, then I'll have to trouble you. Old Du, Tian Dan nodded. Immediately, Tung Qingshan and the others divided the work. Du Hong personally led a dozen or so Black Armor Corps elites and rushed to Jiangning County City without stopping. As for Tung Qingshan and the other 3 centurions, they began to seriously investigate how the purple gold was smuggled out. Investigate to the end. Tung Qingshan, Tian Dan, and the other 2 centurions were together. Did your people find any useful information? Tung Qingshan looked at the other 3. I found nothing on my side. No. Tian Dan shook his head. I didn't find anything at all. Wan Fanxiang and Lu He also shook their heads. Wan Fanxiang cursed. Those F***ers, they really have some tricks up their sleeves. This purple gold mine is so heavily guarded, but they were actually able to smuggle 10 gene of purple gold out. How did they manage to smuggle it out? Tian Dan said, we only know a little bit of information now. The dead man is called Li Lao-san. He's from the 2nd mine in the south. He's from the gold mine. How did he get his hands on the purple gold? Tung Qingshan also frowned. The laborers of the purple gold mine could not come into contact with the miners of the other 4 mines. Even their living quarters were far apart, so there was no way for them to meet. There are 2 possibilities. Tung Qingshan frowned. First, there's a traitor among the 100 Black Armored Corps soldiers guarding the mine. He secretly took the purple gold and found a way to give it to Li Lao-san. However, the Black Armored Corps soldiers guarding the purple gold mine are not allowed to leave their own areas. The management is the strictest. The possibility of a traitor is not high. The guard of the purple gold mine were the unluckiest of the 5 mines. Tung Qingshan finally experienced it. Among the 5 centurions, he was the one who was under the most pressure. Because in the case of Shirasaki's disability, the most serious thing was not that Shirasaki was disabled, but that 10 gene of purple gold was taken out. 10 gene of purple gold was equivalent to 1 million taels of silver. This was a huge fortune. To the Gue Yuan sect, there were many post-liminary experts in the Gue Yuan sect. Shirasaki's life was not worth 1,000,000 taels of silver. If they can steal 10 jin this time, they can steal another 10 jin next time. Tung Qin Shan said solemnly. The Gue Yuan sect will never allow this to happen. Shirasaki's disability is a small matter, but the theft of the purple gold is a big matter. We must find out how this was done. If we don't find out, we won't have peace in the future. The other 3 centurions nodded. The Telia Mountain gold mine was the treasure of the Gue Yuan sect. Even Qinghu Island and other forces were jealous of it. The Gue Yuan sect risked their lives to protect this treasure. Now, someone dared to steal the purple gold. How could the Gue Yuan sect tolerate this? Brother Qin Shan, you just said that there were 2 possibilities. One was the Black Armor Corps spy. What about the other one? Tian Dan said. Tung Qin Shan looked at the mine in the distance and said, the mine is deep. In order to mine the purple gold mine, the miners have been desperately digging. Year after year, there are many tunnels in the mine. I think maybe the purple gold mine and the gold mine have been dug through somewhere underground, so that the hard workers of the purple gold mine could meet the people of the gold mine. Tian Dan and Wan Fanxiang were stunned. However, Lu He shook his head and said, Brother Qin Shan, don't the guards always go on patrol? The guards and black armored army sergeants guarding the gold mining area would also go down to patrol. If the 2 sides were connected, they should have been discovered. It's connected, but it's blocked again. Tung Qin Shan said, this is not impossible. Tung Qin Shan didn't believe that there was a spy among his soldiers. In this aspect, the Gue Yuan sect's military discipline was very strict. Once a spy was discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. Investigate. We can only investigate to the end. Tian Dan said. We will try our best. If we can't find anything, we can't do anything. Lu has said with a smile. Sir Commandant is awake. Suddenly, one of the Black Armored Corps soldiers who took care of Shirasaki ran over. Awake? Tung Qin Shan and the other 3 stood up. Ask Shirasaki. He must know something. Tian Dan said. Otherwise, how could he chase after that Li Lao-san? The 4 centurions immediately ran towards Shirasaki's residence. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.